the other thing is your twin flame you probably met once before, like in your younger years, or you met them and it didn't happen. And then you went through life and you journeyed, and it's like your soul awakened without you realizing it, and then you see them again. Sometimes it happens 20 years down the road. You had this whole life and now you see them again, and oh my gosh, who is this person? And you are instantly in love with them. And it's not always a relationship. Sometimes you are brought together to basically you're brought together to better something in the world, to be of service. You come together to be in service, to maybe create a book or a charity, and then you separate again. You don't always stay together, but some twin flames do. They have a relationship and they get married, or they come into union. We'll say into union, and they stay together until they pass to the other side. That doesn't have to happen, but you are here to ascend. So basically, when you realize that you have a twin flame, and I do believe that all of us have a twin flame eventually. I don't think every single one of us does right now, but I think as your soul evolves, and everything is a choice. So if you want a twin flame, if you want to have that type of connection with someone, I believe that we have the free will and the choice to ask for that. I know that there is two schools of thought. There is we're one soul that splits apart, and we mirror each other, and that's your twin flame. There's also the other school of thought where it's two souls and we come together, and that creates a twin flame. You become one. So you're one that separates into two, and then you find each other again, or you are two that come together, but when you come to Earth, you split apart, if that makes sense. And I have a caller, so I will put that on hold, and we can discuss the rest of that the next time I am here. Vinny, are you here?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am good. Let me just get a piece of paper here so we can. All right. And may I ask why, what is your reason for calling in tonight? How is your heart hurting?
My feeling, because I've been separated 2 years ago from domestic violence, emotional abuse, for 17 years married. So until now, I don't know how to trust men anymore. I'm just scared. I'm just worried. I believe there is someone out there. It's a nice person, but I at the moment I don't know how to believe how lucky I am to get one of them, something like that. So I don't know. Still don't know what to do.
So you're getting out of an abusive situation, and you're looking for someone to come into your life.
Yeah, I try to open my mind. That would be nice if I have someone that I love and very laid-back person. But sometimes I just pull myself. No, I don't need that. I don't want to end up fighting. Every relationship, must be argument, must be jealousy, and I don't want to involve that anymore. So I'm in between. Sometimes I miss to have a boyfriend, but sometimes no, I prefer being single. So I don't know what my direction is.
I see. So I just want to say that obviously I am a psychic, I'm an intuitive, and I am not a therapist. I just want to let you know that. I mean, I know you know that, but I need to say that before we proceed. And so this is what my guides are telling me with you. I know that you're looking for someone to share your life with, but I also can see that you're actually on the fence of that. And I believe if you haven't had therapy yet, I do think that you need to go in and have some therapy on being, I want to say, trauma bonded to the person that you were with, because there was, and I'm getting that there was narcissistic abuse there, as well as, and you didn't say it, but I'm going to say it, which is there was some physical abuse. It may not have been to the point that it was extreme, but there was pushing and in your face. It was very much in your face physical abuse. And I believe that you hold on to that and you have protected yourself, that even though you want love, you also don't want it because it scares you, and not just mentally and emotionally, but it scares you physically as well. This person made you feel very small, because I can see you being like in the corner, crouched down, but mentally speaking, emotionally speaking, crouched down. And I do see that your heart is open to be with someone. Absolutely. But
Yes.
I also see that you don't have the skills of how to open your heart when you do meet someone, and I do believe you will. I don't think that's going to happen right now. I don't see that coming into your life right now. If someone comes into your life, I don't know how healthy that will be for you. They may be fine, but who I am seeing wouldn't be for a while. The one that's being projected to me. That you need to do some work on yourself, to take baby steps on how to open yourself up to that relationship. But also, when you get with the person, they also would need to, they don't need to, I shouldn't say, it would be beneficial if they went ahead and did some type of therapy with you as well. Whether that's, actually going to a therapist or doing some type of workshop or reading a book together. I think reading a book together, reading a book together that has some questions and you can write down things, because there's a lot that you keep in your head that you don't say out loud. And I think you would be really good at writing it down and showing your partner, whomever you want to be with, what's going on up there. It's another way to communicate, because the person that you were with before, my guys are showing me is that your mouth was covered. So your ex covered your mouth, so to speak. You couldn't talk, you couldn't say who you were. You hid a lot of the true essence of you, even when it came to your hobbies, and something with your career, your job, and your ex. That was a huge issue with the two of you.
Yeah.
Either you gave it up completely, or he forced you to walk away from it, or there's something there that it just somehow it got destroyed. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. I get it now. Yeah. Still need the time, I guess. How I still don't know how myself to be healing. Yeah, I have therapies, and then she just keeps saying you need to love yourself. Don't you ever feel bad if you want to spend your money to buy a new clothes or go to beauty salon? You need to love yourself or something like that. Yeah, I'll try still.
Right. All of that is okay. It's good, love yourself and, get your nails done, do your hair, but that doesn't heal the core of who you are. That doesn't heal all the damage that's been done. And you need to reach way down deep and pull it out and look at it and analyze it and let it go. That's what you really need to do. So I would
Yes.
say more of a psychotherapist if you wanted to go in that direction. I would look for books. I would and get a journal so that you can start writing out what this person did to you. Even write out the story of how the two of you got together and what happened, so you can look at it. So you're a visual person, more
Yeah.
so than just talking. You need to like literally see it on paper and look at it. Even I think even painting or drawing, you just like lots of visual around you. And that is how you
Yeah.
will be able to let it go. But you haven't gone there yet. I can feel it on you. You still carry the weight of all of it. And somehow he is still affecting your life. Either he's still in your life or he has strings to your life that he comes in and out. Somehow he's still attached to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Yeah, Laura. I try doing it and listen, like you said. No worries. Thank you very much for your advice, and you have a good night.
You too. Namaste. Okay. So it's hard when we experience relationships like that. They can really hurt us emotionally and mentally, and to try and move on or move forward, we don't ever actually move on from it. We just have to move forward. It's the same thing with grieving. When we get out of a relationship that has basically destroyed us, we need time to mourn it. We need time. We need time to mourn that situation, and then figure out how we're going to go about bringing someone else into our life. And sometimes we don't. Not everyone does. Not everyone is able to let go of all of that pain. But I know that last caller really wants to be loved, and she is caged. And a lot of people are caged in their own life because of what has happened to them. And I can't give therapeutic advice. I can only give what my guides tell me. And what that is figuring out how to get that pain out. And the way to get the pain out is to look at it. You need to figure out how you're going to look at it, whether you're going to write it down, whether you're going to talk about it to yourself in your car, whether you have a sounding board that they don't say anything, but somewhere there's, and then my guides are also telling me it's not just that. You have to trust. You have to learn to trust. So you have to actually step out and do something out of your comfort zone. So say you've always wanted to, I'm going to use this analogy, but say you always want to jump out of an airplane, but you're scared to death to jump out of an airplane. My guys tell me you got to go do it anyway. Now, I'm not telling anyone to jump out of an airplane, okay? But say you've always wanted to do karaoke and you never did it before. Go do it, because you're stepping out of who you are in your day-to-day life. And you're going to get up on that stage, you're going to sing, and you're totally going to fail, but you're going to feel alive. And that's what's missing for you, is feeling alive again. So you can go through everything that you've been through, but the next step is feeling alive and doing those things that you would never have done before. And now you're going to do them. The more you do something to feel alive in a healthy, constructive way, please don't drive 200 miles down the road. We don't want you doing that. But doing karaoke or going and painting somewhere, or taking using clay and making, a mug out of clay, something that is totally different, picking up an instrument and learning it. Whatever you have to do to use all of your senses, and it invokes the fear in you, but you're safe when you do it. So karaoke, it invokes fear, you do it, you come off stage, you feel exhilarated, embarrassed, alive. You go home, you're so proud of yourself. You can't believe you did this. That is how you slowly rebuild yourself and how you learn to allow love to come back into your life. It takes time. You can't do it overnight. It could take months, and sometimes it's years, and sometimes it's a lifetime. And it's not until the end of our life, if we're talking about romantic relationships, that we find someone. Or some of us are on the fast track and we can heal and get there and we're ready to trust and jump in the deep end again. I personally am not one of those people, but they're out there. And if you're that's great. But it is all about jumping into the deep end again, slowly jumping in when you get into a relationship, because you got to look for those red flags. You have to know what they are. You don't want to get into the same situation again. So when you face the fear and you have all of this euphoria and you're feeling good about yourself and you're getting confident and you know who you are, and then you go and you start dating again, you take all that confidence with you, but you have to also look at the past and remember those red flags that you saw and what you don't want in your relationship again. So you have to remember that as well. So that is my advice on how do you move on. And for those of us who don't want to be in a relationship again, that's okay too. If you are on a soul's journey and you want to self-heal and you want to see where your gifts take you, or you want to see where your passions, your creativity, your career wants to go, and that's all you want in your life, and you want to have friends and you want to drink tea in London and you want to go walk the Camino, and this is what brings you complete fulfillment, that's okay too. And perhaps for you, you do believe you've been through enough when it comes to relationships, whether it's with your parents, friends, romantic, and now you are working on yourself and that's where you're going to go and for the rest of your life. That's absolutely okay too. I personally do believe that we come back here, or if you're a star seed, you don't come here. You go back to Andromeda, or you go to Syria, or you're Sirius, or Arcturian, which we can talk about that sometime if you like. But so maybe you don't come here and you go explore something else. This is your human experience to live it any way you want, and you can do relatively anything you want. You just have to really want it, and you have to be able to accept all the consequences that come with your choices. And I hope you pick good choices. And and again, choices not to harm anyone, obviously. I think we have a few more minutes, so I just want to go back to the twin, since we're talking about this and we're talking about twin flames, which is interesting, that, and I have notes, if I can find them. So twin flames, when we talked about star seeds, I'm sorry for making all this noise. I was talking about souls being 2 or 1, which is that it? I don't know. I'm horrible. All right, so wherever it is here. So I believe that I'm under the school of thought that it can be 2 different ways depending on where you're from. So, and I believe that star seeds, and I don't think all of us are star seeds. Some of us Lemurian or Lantian, and I do believe that we come from this area, but there are others that don't. But I believe that we all have one creator to this universe. And with that, I do believe there's free will. But I think that there are different rules for different places. So talking about twin flames, my opinion is, depending on what type of star seed you are, you may be one soul that's split apart, or you are 2 souls that come together. So saying that, and I'm still looking for my notes here, even though I just wrote them, but one of the reasons why you come here to find your soulmate. And you don't always find your soulmate. Sometimes your soulmate passes and they find you when they are on the other side. But one of the reasons is for you to be aware that you are a soul and the gifts that you have. We have all of the gifts. It's just like a musician. A musician can play the guitar, they can sing, they can write, but usually there's something particular that they do that they're an expertise on. They are a fantastic singer, a good guitarist. So that's the same way with our gifts. We can be great at hearing someone on the other side, like loved ones, but we may not be able to, I was going to say, talk to pets as my cat walks down. So maybe that's not your expertise. So when your twin flame comes, what happens is you awaken to all of these gifts, and usually downloads will start to happen. And then the dark night of the soul hits you because you don't understand what the heck is happening. And you feel like you're losing your mind because usually it's your guide that's talking to you, telling you who you are, that you aren't just a human, that you really are hearing someone on across the veil. It's not your grandmother. It's another being. It could be an angel. It could be it just something else. Many types of entities over there, elementals. And so your dark night, you're going through all this, but yet you've met this person and you're trying to figure out why you recognize them. It's usually in the eyes when you look at them. The first time you kind of noticed, if you did the 20-year gap, which a lot of twin flames do, so that you can experience all this life in between, and then you take it all with you when you meet them. And it's like, when you see them, you look in their eyes, you see their soul, and you're recognizing yourself, basically. Either you're recognizing your own soul, or you're recognizing a soul that you became one with, and now you are one. So you're recognizing your own spirit, your own vibration, your own frequency. We're unique. We're like snowflakes, even across the veil. There are millions, trillions, whatever it is that you may believe, we are all unique. But when we meet our twin flame and we become one, we are also unique in our oneness together. It's like I'll use an example like a marriage on earth. Like there's only those two people, they make up one. So you have your own uniqueness with your twin soul, your twin flame counterpart. So when you recognize them, you see yourself. You see this love that you have, and you come into union. Where it gets tricky is that they may not wake up with you. They may not want to ascend. They may not be ready to ascend. I mean, that's ultimately what you're doing. That's why you met them. So that's why they talk about the runner chaser. Now, if you have abuse and all of that, I don't subscribe to that type of twin, at least not in that way. And that gets into a lot. But that's why I say that you have a runner, because they don't understand what's happening. It's almost like, I can't do this. I can't do this. And you're like, oh no, we got to do this. We have things to do. Your soul's like, no, we got to go save the world. We have a mission. That's why we're here, to ascend and to bring love and light to the world. So you have the push and pull, and then it could go on until you leave here, or they could awaken and you actually create something. So, but that is roughly what a twin flame is. And that's what happens when you meet them. And then of course your soulmate is your soulmate, and you may stay with your soulmate the rest of your life and have a twin flame in your life as well. A lot of people do that. They have a twin flame. They're not in a romantic relationship, but they're in union, and they go out and they do service together, which is very beautiful to do. And then you have your soulmate that you spend your life with. And then when you go across the veil, you make a decision on what you want to do. If you want to stay with your soulmate, your twin flame, I would imagine you go with your twin flame. But again, it's all about free will, which is the beauty to our eternal life, I believe. But time is running out. I just want to thank everyone for listening. And I send healing to Vinny and to anyone else going through that, and anybody that's a twin flame that's having a hard time. Love and light to you. Namaste. And I am thinking of you, and I understand the journey. I really do.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening, everybody. And here in London, it's Eleanor Gray's 7 o'clock here in the evening. I know that in New York City we have 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's 11 in LA. So welcome all of you to my Psychic Destiny show. Now you will see here that I have my amethyst crystal ball. Now amethyst is the gemstone for February, and of course we've just arrived, haven't we, more or less in February, and this is we're still in Aquarius at the moment, soon to be launching into Pisces. But this is the amethyst crystal ball, which I've got here to show you, which I use in my readings, but also to let you know that this is, well, it was in fact supposed to be more precious than diamonds in the Roman times. It was belonging to the god of the sea. So the amethyst crystal ball is what I'm using in my readings this week. And as we're approaching Valentine's week, which of course is next week. So I'd like all of you to really focus onto your love life and to see where your life is leading you. Are you happy with your partner? Are you happy with your choices? Are you looking for somebody new, expecting for somebody to come back? Well, this is the time to gather up some of those little pebble amethyst crystals if you can, and keep them in your pocket, because who knows, you might be in for a surprise or two during this next next fortnight. So Cupid's arrows are always out there, aren't they? You know, maybe one of them is coming towards you, which is great, isn't it? So we will see exactly what is going to happen with the amethyst crystal ball. So we'll have a look at that in a little while as we're gathering our callers to us here on the show. And I'd like to thank all of you for all of your lovely comments as well from last week and the feedback that we get here on A1R Psychic Radio, where we are broadcasting across the world. So it's really fabulous for you to join us and to send in your requests as well for readings. Now we've got Kelly here, New York. Hello, Kelly. Hi, you're on the line now. Hello, hi. On the line to Eleanor Grace. How are you, Kelly?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Oh, yeah. Brilliant, brilliant. Having a great time here. We're a bit cold. I've still got fur sort of all around. It's faux fur, it's not real. Just to keep us all warm. So let's have a look at you, Kelly, taking a card or two for you. I feel as though there's going to be some delays around your decisions. These are naturally caused just because you're waiting for something to happen. Well, I'm showing you this card here. This is the Ace of Wands. It's all about you stepping into your power. Now, when you get an ace in the tarot deck, it really is all about something happening that was always meant to be in your path. You won't miss it. It's part of that destined opportunity. But my goodness me, you have been patient here, Kelly. Now, with this being in the suit of wands, this is also about work and successful opportunities. And with you, I feel that you have made your luck happen. So you've worked hard. I see that. I can see that here all around you, where, you know, you've really sort of pushed the boat out sometimes and tried to be as precise as possible with everything that you have endeavoured to take on. So I think you've worked hard, you've studied hard, you've trained yourself, and you've been vigilant with yourself to achieve. And this is a high achievement that you're receiving now. So the universe is coming in and giving you a great big pat on the back and saying, well done, well done. This is great, great news, Kelly. And you're about to experience some of those pleasures from everything that you have been working towards. So now it's your time. You're coming into your own, you're really enjoying quite a lot of celebration as well. Friends are coming close to you, and colleagues celebrating with you as well. Now, the Strength card, which you have drawn, has meant that you've had to be very patient. That's something that's really very hard to do. Patience is an acquired taste. Nobody really wants to have to wait and wait and wait. But I do see a pathway now for you with an open gate here, swinging open. So it really means for you that you've just got to see that opportunity, grab it, take it, and move with it very quickly. So speed is of the essence. Now, you will be putting some burdens down. So there are people here, Kelly, that you're going to be leaving behind. And you must just close your eyes and think, I've got to do this. I've got to leave these people. I think there are more than one. They're negative energies that are around you. They've been holding you back and really not treating you as well as they could have done, or even as well as they should have done. So that's left you feeling a bit empty here, as though the insides have been all squashed up. You've still got your external shell and you're still presenting yourself really well to the world. But inside, I feel there is that lack of courage, that lack of inner strength, which has, made you feel a bit vulnerable and sort of feeling as though you're a bit jelly-like inside. Now, there's somebody who is making you feel so very much better. This is a man who I see walking towards you here, making things happen and giving you a boost. Are you in a relationship now, Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that is just about there? Can I ask you that? Because I feel as though there is a sort of a reticence about this relationship, that, you know, it's perhaps not turning out to be quite what you expected. Is that true? Is that how you're feeling?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's somebody else that is approaching you, somebody walking towards you. So what you're doing at the moment is presenting the world with this outer shell, isn't it? You're really sort of saying to everybody, look, here I am and I'm fine. I'm wonderful. I'm amazing. I'm fine. Yet inside, it's all muddled up and mushed up. So feeling vulnerable and wanting to be safe as well, wanting to find yourself in a protected space where you are safe. Now, new jobs are on the horizon. This gate that's swinging open. So this has happened before. This is a repeat of circumstances that you've been in before, maybe in this relationship or even way back, you know, in the past. But that doesn't really matter. What matters is the recognition that you're going to show. I'm looking here at the crystal, very powerful amethyst. It's a lovely, lovely crystal ball, which I'm going to use now to bring some upbeat vibrations your way. I'm sending these your way, straight down the line here, Kelly, straight towards you, so that you can embrace some of that lovely healing energy of the amethyst and some love that is going to be coming into your life that really gives you that sense of being warm and, you know, really treated very well. So at the moment, you do have to do that very hard thing, and that's accept that when there's negativity there, there's not a lot you can do about it. You have to see it for what it is, and you will be feeling as though you've got to fend off this relationship and really open a new chapter for yourself, and that's what I see here. Do you have a little girl, Kelly?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I can see her holding your hand and wanting to, it's symbolic, it's holding your hand, wanting to help you, love you, be close to you, and also be protected by you as well. So I feel very close relationship with a little girl here. She's bright as a button, a little bunny rabbit I can see there. So Easter time is going to be important. Maybe this is a time scale for you where you can say, look, I'm going to Easter. I'm going to sort of see how things go until I get there. It's a couple of months away, and then I'm going to be ready. So get yourself ready, because your daughter will be, but she's sticking close by to you. I don't see anything difficult, dangerous, or nasty happening here, but I do feel as though there's huge disappointment. You've been very patient. You've been creating all sorts of opportunities for everything to work. I think you've worked very hard, but that inner shell, that inside of you is just not going to repair that well or that easily. So I feel that you have to turn a corner now, and you do have to look towards making yourself, your family, a better life, and that I feel is going to happen almost miraculously. That, as I've said already, there is somebody walking towards you here. I can see this in the crystal, and I can also see you embracing new friends. So there's people coming to greet you, and you wanting to see some very, very special friends. So I think that there's reunions, there's you being very happy and upbeat and particularly pleased with a new role that you're taking on. So there's a new job here. It was there right at the beginning in your cards here, Kelly, and it's something that you will really embrace with all of your energy and all of your capabilities. Later on, later down the line, I see you working for yourself. There's a business here. So you will be employed by you, and it's a successful chance that you will be granted. Money is behind you, so I don't see you failing, but I feel that at the moment you are in this no man's land. You've got to step into a sort of space that is difficult, and you have to embrace it. You have to find that courage and really allow yourself to contemplate the type of happiness that is absolutely possible for you. Let's have a look at another card that you can sort of as something to meditate on, something to think about as you're going forward now with your decisions. So I feel that this is for you. This is the winged disc in the Egyptian cartouche. And this card is one of communication and being able to fly just that little bit higher than anybody else. Remember that. It's as though you're the aeroplane, you're the bird in the sky, you're the one that can fly that little bit higher. And it's what gives you strength and courage when you're feeling a bit down. So here we have it, Kelly. You've got all of the prospects in front of you that are excellent. They're really good. And you've just got to take that leap of faith somehow to embrace it all. Does that make sense to you now, Kelly?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Well,
do you want a question or no?
Go on quickly. We've got our next caller on the line. Yeah, go on.
About the prospects in front of me. I have schooling in front of me. Is there anything that you have that I should be focusing in on school?
Yes, it's the higher learning and focusing on to the opportunities that are there for you. I do feel that it's you embracing your intelligence, your higher self, and taking an opportunity that you should have perhaps taken some years ago. So it's come around again. Is that what you're planning on doing?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I wish you all the best with that. I think you're very successful. And with the ace being there, the Ace of Wands, it's like this new role, this new job, this new vocation, and that's what you will be aiming for. There's a business down the line, though. So you do have something else that's coming in that is going to surprise you. Very successful lady. So don't look back, look forward. And I wish you all the best there, Kelly. Thank you for joining us here on the Psychic Destiny Show. Now, I feel that we have Stacey. Is it Stacey on the line?
Yes.
Hello, Stacey. Hi. You're here. Welcome to my Psychic Destiny Show. It's Eleanor Grace that you're with here this evening. So let me take a little card for you. I'm going to use my Mythic deck. I love these cards. These are really... well, they're Greek, they're sort of Greek mythology, and it goes back to all of those ancient times, which I feel are really, we're all connecting to those energies. Maybe we need it, who knows, but let's see. Okay, well, we've got this one here. This is all about you here, Stacey. You're feeling quite trapped. There is an escape route for you, but you're not quite sure how to take it or which door it is that may be open. So let's investigate further, shall we? Well, here we are. The Empress. You're moving. Yes, that's what you're doing. You're leaping over problems. So there are going to be some dual interpretations here in the cards that you are granted from the tarot here today. So this is saying, it's all about movement and new birth and new situations that you need to embrace. And I feel that this will be so very, very powerful for you this year. You need to make it happen. And you need to also be thinking that you don't need anybody else's help, really. You've got everything that you need at your fingertips. Now, there's a battle that's here in the Mythic Tarot, and this is a battle that is showing that you have really tried very, very hard all the way through to be, I think, sort of very positive, and to stand up for yourself and to really be thinking, my goodness me, why am I getting so much negative energy coming towards me? And it's not to do with you. It never would be to do with you. With certain individuals, certain people be feeling a bit sort of down spirited themselves, acting that onto you. So it's nothing to do with your life. And here you've got the Sun card. Couldn't be happier. This is such a brilliant card here for you. And it will show you, Stacey, that you're now about to enter a phase in your life which is very upbeat, very positive, and it's about that movement. Are you planning to move, are you? Is this something that is on your mind at the moment, or have you sort of thought about it, rejected it, and then having to consider it again? Because I've got suitcases, I've got furniture vans, I've got all sorts of images here that tell me that movement has to happen. So what's your story here, Stacey?
I don't know. I mean, I live with a guy. We've been together 4 years.
Okay. Are you moving house? Are you moving house? Is that something that you're planning?
Are we what, honey?
Are you moving house? Are you moving your home? Where you're living? Are you moving from where you're living? Are you relocating to another area?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, that's what I've got for you. It's here in your cards, and you're going to be very happy. There's abundant happiness that's here. June is a very important time for you. That's June this year, 2023. But within the next full 12-month period, there's new beginnings all around you. And I feel that this is an important time. This next 2 years, I think, shows a lot of change for you, Stacey.
Okay.
It's happy. I mean, we're not talking about things breaking down. You've got the Sun card here. You're very, very happy. This is all about how you're going to be embracing new opportunities. And I think it's for you and yours. It's all of your family members that are around you. I do see a new birth as well. I want to give you that. There's a baby here that's in your arms, and I feel that this is not necessarily yours, but it will be a celebration of a baby that comes into the family. So I want to give you that as well. Now, in June, there would have been an anniversary. I feel this is somebody who's passed over. There's a lady here, soul in spirit. I've got 3 different ladies who are in spirit who've come straight into my spirit room, which is here, where I'm going to connect to you, Stacey. But I still want to go back to this month of June. Do you recall a reason why this is important for you in your reading? I do want to just go to the month of June. I'm going to give you that because I feel that that's an anniversary of a soul in spirit, somebody who's passed over. And as a medium, I want to connect you to this lady who is giving you lots and lots of love. She's sending lots of love down to you as well here, Stacey. So let's just take a couple of more cards for you in your reading here today. Movement again is being shown here, where I think maybe you're sort of hopping here onto a new project. It could be a hobby that you're looking at, which is expanding now into something very pleasurable. I feel that there's a lot of pleasure around you, and sort of movement again, sort of new vehicles, lots of speed. I'm seeing energy go past you at a very sort of fast rate of knots. So if you can understand this, maybe watch the video on replay as well, because sometimes people don't connect with the information straight away. And that takes a little bit of absorbing. So just to recap here for you, Stacey, the movement that I can see is about you thinking or planning about moving a home in the next 12 months. June this year being an important turnaround for you. There's a soul in spirit who I feel is the lady who is your mother. I can see a man by your side who also is perhaps very upset, or very much grieving for somebody he has lost, and that the two of you are very closely united in that sense of, bewilderment, really. But three ladies are showing in your family, in your ancestors, in spirit. They're all sending hearts. Big ones, great big hearts to you, and lots of love as well. So don't be fearful. That's one of the messages that is here. Don't be fearful about your journey. Don't be wondering what it is that you should do. Be more positive and take action. It's also in your cards here. So a lot of success for you. This is about new plans. You can see this in the Greek mythology, the mythic deck, and this is the tarot card for plans going forward and for you being able to make a difference. So Stacey, do you feel as though that's what you have to do, that you want to have a more powerful impact on those people around you? Friends, neighbours, work colleagues, and also your partner as well. And animals seem to be here now. Do you like your animals? Is there a dog that you have, or two even? I do feel that there's animals there. Who are they? Who do they belong to? Do you know?
I have a dog and I have cows.
Okay, all right. Well, they're protective, very protective around you. So I've got the dog here that's almost by your side. It's sort of very close, doesn't leave you. And again, this lovely card that is yours here as we're coming towards the end of your mini reading here. Remember, these are free messages from Spirit on A1R Psychic Radio. And this is all about reunions and love as you're coming up to Valentine's. It is you being released from literally the chains that bind you, that make you feel as though you haven't really got an option, or you haven't really got a choice, that you're in drudging and you're in this life and there's nothing else for it but to stay just on that same track. And yet you don't have to. You can take the initiative here, Stacey. You can reach for the stars. You can have the strength and the courage to do that, and lots of love being sent. Now, remember, this lady in spirit, I feel as though it's your mum. The other lady, I feel is a grandmother. And I feel there's a mum for your partner as well. The maternal line, they're all there, but it's your partner, you, and those souls in spirit that are coming forward to bring you a new start. It's that happiness that is bringing you that new start. Stacey, I'm going to give you Anne, the name of Anne. That's just come in. I'm hoping that this is somebody who is going to be beneficial and will meet you on your future path. And the journey is bright and it's strong. So thank you to you, Stacey, and also to Kelly for coming through on my show today. And I've been Eleanor Grace, and you can come through to me on my website, which is gracedestiny.com. You can book a reading and pay in dollars, even though I'm in London. So I'm going to see you all next week at the same time, and have a great week. Bye-bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Wendy McCallum Show with Wendy McCallum. Wendy McCallum. Live from divineintuition.co.uk.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Wendy McCallum Show
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, good evening and welcome. My name is Wendy McCallum, medium from Surrey in the UK. It's 7:30 p.m. here, and I believe it's 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. So welcome, good afternoon and good evening. Wow, what a week. I hope that you've had a fantastic week. Mine's been really, really busy. I was at the Mind, Body, Spirit event in London this week with my lovely artwork, and it was just a phenomenal event. It was really lovely to see so many wonderful people and get to meet so many different people and learn about all these different healing modalities and things. And there was crystal balls the size of space hoppers. Oh my, I mean, they were absolutely massive, yeah. So I was in my element. I was absolutely in my element. So thank you so much. And I had some lovely fans turn up as well to come and see me, which I'm so grateful that they took the time to come and say hi to me. So I'm from Surrey in the UK, as I mentioned. I'm originally from Kilmarnock in Ayrshire in Scotland, and my lovely dad, has given me some interesting facts about Kilmarnock in Scotland. He's 85, and he told me to tell you last week that Robbie Burns was from Kilmarnock in Ayrshire. He's the famous poet. He's from Ayrshire. He's the famous poet, and this week he told me that I must tell you about Johnny Walker. So Johnny Walker was a grocer in 1805, and he come from Kilmarnock, and he made some whiskey and developed red label whiskey and then black label whiskey. And Johnny Walker is very, very famous for whiskey. So he said that I had to tell you that. So I hope that you enjoyed that little fact. So last week we spoke about how do you know if you're psychic or if you're a medium, and we explained all that. And this week it's kind of like, okay, so now you have this ability, what do we do with it? Because it's actually quite overwhelming, you know. You get all these thoughts and feelings and sensations and things happening, and actually seeing spirit, and you know, it can be quite overwhelming and quite scary. I remember in my early 20s lying in my bed and seeing people at the end of my bed, and oh my goodness, it really I found it very, very scary, because I didn't understand it, and I didn't know what to do with it, and I had nobody to talk to about it, you know. But please don't be scared, because it's only because we don't know and we don't understand that we're scared, because spirit don't come to hurt us. They certainly don't come to hurt us, and I promise you that. They just know that you can see them, and they come and they're trying to get your attention. So you can do one or two things. You can decide that you don't actually want to work with us, and you can close it down, which is absolutely fine, yeah. So if you don't want to see them, you just ask your guides, because we explained about guides last week, yeah, and you just say to your guides, look guys, please take this away. It's scaring me a little bit, yeah, so I don't want to see anything or hear anything. And your guides will deal with it for you, you know. And the other thing that you can do is just put yourself in a beautiful white bubble. So it's just you visualize a beautiful white healing bubble in front of you, and you just step into that bubble and know that when you're in there that you're safe and protected in everything that you do. And that was what I used to do every night when I went to bed. I always said a little prayer, invited my guides in. In fact, I used to invite the angels in as well. So I would invite Archangel Michael or some of the other angels in, and that's because Archangel Michael is the protector. So I would say, please, Archangel Michael, come and look after me. And, you know, you would be safe, you know, nothing bad is going to happen. But I understand how daunting and how scary it is when you just don't understand. So anyway, I tried to push it away for lots and lots of years, and it didn't go away for me. So I ended up learning lots about it. So how do you develop it? How do you learn? So it's like a muscle that's got to be trained. You know, you're given this gift, this ability, but oh my, there's so many facets to it. There's so many different sides to it. You know, and where do you start? You know, I think a lot of people start looking at angels and you know, like Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael, the angel of healing, and we start looking at that kind of way. But the only way to develop and understand this really is by, you know, finding a group of like-minded people, and that could be through like a local spiritual church or a development circle. So a development circle is kind of like a group of people who are all of the same mindset as yourself, that sit together and they learn together how to develop their abilities. So you would normally sit in meditation. And really, meditation's the best way and the only way really to develop those skill sets, because you have to quieten your mind. You have to quieten your mind to feel the subtle impressions that spirit give you, or your guides, or whoever it may be that you're working with. Because when I call it my crazy Wendy head, yeah, so like my everyday Wendy head is running about going, oh, have you got milk? Do you need to go to the shop? What do I need to do? I've got that cleaning to do. I've got a list of things that I need to do. I've got organ. I've got and you cannot work like that, because there's no room for spirit to get in. So you've got to quieten that mind. And that's why a lot of things happen at night time, you know, when you're in your bed, because your mind begins to quiet and it begins to still. As you get tired, your mind quietens down and spirit go, oh, an opportunity. Let's go here. Let's try and get in there. Yeah. Hello. And they try and get your attention. And I remember I used to be lying in my bed and it was like, like these faces would just like literally cut, and I was actually like ducking out the way, you know, and these faces would come at me. And again, I found it quite daunting and quite scary. But the more that you learn and the more that you begin to control what's going on round about you, these things don't happen anymore. So if you give spirit attention, it's like a child, you know, a child will demand attention. And if you give it attention, you can feed good behavior or you can feed bad behavior, you know. But if you don't give spirit, if you don't give energy attention, yeah, it won't be there. It'll go away. It'll get fed up. So put yourself in a bubble and just say go away, and then focus your attention somewhere else, and it'll just subside, okay? But if you do want to develop it, the best thing to do is meditation, find yourself a group, quieten that mindset, yeah, and then work on these psychic abilities, which is called the clair abilities. So you've got clairvoyance, which is clear seeing. Now, it's not always external, although I did see spirit externally. I don't know. I see it inside my head. I see it inside my third eye, like a see-through picture. Some people see it like a moving picture screen. Not everybody sees and does this the same way. So what is good for one person doesn't work for another person. You are unique. You are your own unique person, and you will find your own way to deal with this. But it's good to listen and understand how other people experience things. Clairaudience is clear hearing. Again, internal, it's not external. It's like my own voice thinking to me, oh, do I need to go to the shop? Oh, Wendy, what about this? But when I'm working and I've focused my mind, then I've moved out all those external thoughts, yeah? So I'm fully aware that I'm working with my guides or spirit person, okay? Clairsentience is clear feeling. So it's just about feeling. Now, a lot of people feel spirit come in. So that would be when you get the chills, when you get goosebumps. Oh, I love getting the goosebumps because that's confirmation for me that spirit are close, you know? Or you might feel hot, or you might just have just a feeling about things, you know. So clairsentience is one of the the more prominent abilities. Claircognizance is just knowing. So you just know stuff. You just know that phone's going to ring and it's going to be your Auntie Mary. You don't know how you know it, but you know it. And then, oh, lo and behold, the phone rings. Who is it? Auntie Mary. You knew it. So that's claircognizance, is just knowing something, you know, or just having a, you know, clairalience or clairscent is about smelling. So that's when you can maybe smell cigarette smoke or aftershave or perfume. And we love working with all these clairs because this is what gives us the evidence that we need to prove or disprove that we're working with a spirit person. Clairaugustine's is taste. So that's a bit tasting. I remember doing a reading and I could taste Sweetheart Stout, which is it's like a kind of sweet beer that people used to actually drink it when they were pregnant because of all the nourishment and the vitamins that was in it and the goodness that was in it. And, you know, it's good to be able to work on these abilities, okay? And then you've got empathy, which is about feeling or just knowing, just feeling what other people are feeling. And everyone has a dominant ability. So they're normally clairvoyance, clairaudience, or clairsentience. So what's your dominant ability? What's yours? Have a little think about it and see if you can work out what is your dominant ability. But the best way to work on these abilities to strengthen them is to quieten that mind. And if you want to work on clairaudience, you could say, can you play me a song, Spirit? Can you play me a song that you would like to hear? So, or if you want to work on smell, show me your aftershave, show me something that you like. They might bring a flower in, the scent of a flower, a lily, you know, something like that. Or your clairvoyance, show me. So that is how really to develop those abilities is by quietening the mind, inviting your guides in and asking them to work with you on these abilities. And then you always thank them for their time, or always thank them for their time. So if you've got any questions for me about developing your abilities or things that have been troubling you or bothering you that you can't quite understand, I would love to have you on my show. So give me an email to wendymccallum@hotmail.com, or you can get in touch with A1R Psychic Radio to get in touch with me, or you can find me on Facebook for Wendy McCallum Medium. And if you want to see my lovely artwork, that is Wendy McCallum Art. Now, I really want to thank you for taking the time to be with me here this evening to help you understand and develop these abilities, and listen to my dad's lovely little tips from Scotland. So thank you so much. And I hope that next week you will be here also, and you will have lots of questions for me.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. to our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Media
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh, lovely, my lovely listeners and viewers. I hope you are all very well. Thank you very much for tuning into this space here on the Ask One Radio Network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's good to have you here listening, watching and listening. I'm your show host, Susanna Medium, and it means that we are here on Tuesdays. That is a beautiful Tuesday to be here. So I hope you are all very well. Now, I know I have not been here for about, I think, 2 weeks. So it's, when coming back to something what we really enjoy doing and creating for you, I needed to tune into the energy, but it's good to be here. So today, I'd like to talk to you about the power of words, how we speak and how we create our reality. And then you see, we all love talking, whether we are the quieter ones, whether we are the noisier, loud ones, we all love talking and chatting about trillions of things. And then even if you don't find anything to talk about, then we find something. So you might be the one who really enjoys talking about the weather. So if you are here in the UK, you start a conversation with the weather. At least in your second or third sentence, there's something about the weather. If you are living in a very cold atmosphere, very cold space, then you talk about the cold weather, the snow, and so on and so on. But we all love talking about something. And even if we are not saying the things out loud, we still have the conversation going on within our heads, because this is how we are creating our reality. But then you see, it really makes such a big difference how we are creating our reality and what kind of words and phrases we are using. And then you see, I was thinking about, does it really depend on the type of language we speak or the dialect or the accent we might have? But then it really is a natural, a human nature, comes by our human nature. We love talking. So yes, we can look into why or how things are different in different languages. But then I'd like to talk about the polarities when we are talking about something in a happy manner and finding the goodness, or we are talking about the same thing, but approaching it from the negative, the lack, it's not here, it's not working, it's not for me, it's the not conversation. So you see, I'll give you an example. It can happen to us when we have a little cold, when we have a blocked ear, blocked nose, when we feel the pain here and there. And yes, we can look into why is that. So what is happening on the physical body, on the level of the physical body. And you see, the other day we were helping in my community, we were helping somebody who had a very blocked ear for 2 weeks or something like that. So we really try to help the person, and all the healers came together and we said, oh, we are healing. No, we are in the healing mode. We are going to fix you. We are going to help you. But then actually we can help the person only up to a certain point, because the real healing, the transformation, the shift of energy needs to come from within. And then you see, you might be very familiar with the book, the Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life. This book. So you might be very, very familiar with this book. If not, then it is a must book to have on your shelves, because when you are thinking, oh, how can I change my life? How can I transform things? And then even when you have transformed things and things still don't work, then you need to look into what is happening within yourself, what kind of conversations you are having, entertaining in your mind. And then you see, I'm very familiar with this one. I read it more than 20 or 25 years ago, but then my attention went to the ear conversation. So at the back, if you are not familiar with the book, there is a chart where Louise Hay was collecting the various symptoms and then what kind of conversations, what meaning it has within the body, and what kind of affirmations we can use. So I looked into the ear section, and I knew it was the ability or the missing, or the lack of the ability, the capacity to hear. And then the affirmation was, I hear with love. And then you see the focus was really how we are having that one person who had the blocked ear, but then that one sentence, I hear with love, really made me think and reflect in our current life. So I hear with love. And then you see, I really thought about what would happen if we did not wait for the physical symptom arise within the physical body. And then we start thinking about an affirmation, how to fix ourselves. But then every single moment we are coming from a space when we say, I hear with love. So I am bringing the words, I am bringing the high frequency conversation forward for myself so that I am not even there to experience the pain, the lack of the sense of hearing. So I hear with love. And then you see, it really made me think, where in my life, and that's your conversation, my lovely viewer and listeners, so really reflect on this, where in our lives can we find the opportunity when we say, I hear with love, I listen with love. And you see, just really think about this, because it's not that I am looking out for one person and one situation, and then I'm hearing, and then I'm listening with love. But then, in fact, in every single moment, that needs to be, that should be, that could be, that may be, that is the preferably the most beautiful thing what we can do. I hear with love every single moment, regardless of who's talking to me. So we can say, I hear with love to the person who is my lover, my friend, my bestie, my whatever the person, my child, my whatever, my dog, my flower in the garden. I listen to you with love, but then I'm not listening to and not hearing you with love if you are the not kind person, not the nice one, not the kindest, or the lacking person. But then you see, that is the moment when we can catch ourselves, because that's the shift, that is the point of your reference, point of your awareness, when you realize that you are selecting, you are using one language to one person or with one person, and you are using a different type of conversation with somebody else, just because you have had some mind conversation and some ideas in your mind. So I hear with love, I listen with love. It goes to everything and everybody, whether it is a person who is lacking in things and whether it is a person who is really contributing to me. So the energy and then a conversation, the interaction, the dynamics are very, very different. So the invitation, my invitation to you is just really take this. I hear with love. I listen with love. And then every single moment when you hear something, when you hear somebody talking, I hear with love. I listen with love. And then when we are saying this, when we say love, actually the listening is not coming with our two ears. Of course, we are using our physical ears to listen because we need to understand the words and the conversation needs to go on and then happen. But then we are listening with our heart, and then it really opens up a different conversation, because the heart has its own intelligence and so much underestimated. And myself, certainly, I need to learn quite a lot about the intelligence and the awareness of the heart, because everything is happening from that space. So just really reflect on this, how you are bringing that loving listening, that unconditional, unreserved, endless, this omnipotent, forever there, always there, always the light and then the love when you are doing your hearing or listening. And then just see what is going to open up for you, because when you have a person in your life where the energy goes very fluently, very easily, of course it's easy to listen and to hear that person with love. because the relationship and then the dynamics have already settled in some very high positive way, high frequency way. But then when we are practicing taking on the I hear with love, I listen with love, with the person whom we really don't like, we can't stand, and all those things, then that is the big shift of energy, because you will see something is going to start buzzing within your body. You will feel some physical sensation, most certainly coming and showing you and really bringing you present to your own physical body and your sensation of your physical heart. And then you will realize that actually the whole conversation is never or was never about the other person who was unkind and unhelpful and lacking in various things. But then you bring the energy to your heart, and you are not listening with your mind, with your ego conversation, but most certainly you are going to listen with your heart conversation. And then if it happens to you for the very, very first time, then it's a big, big breakthrough and a big shift. So if it ever happens to you, then you will know, because you will feel a different frequency, you will feel a different tingle, you will feel something else. Unnoticeably, something else is going to be created, in the relationship and then in the dynamics with the other person. You see, it's so very important to talk about. And then you see, it is not just the sense of hearing and listening, but I speak with love. I experience things with love. And then you will notice maybe your abdominal area, your stomach, the condition, how you digest things, that is going to change for you. So you can really look into it in your own life, on your own experiences, and just have a good reflection. And then once again, you can heal your life, and that is available for every single one of us, because it takes about 30 days to start shifting things and getting into a different pattern. So I hope you enjoyed this conversation. We got to the end. If you are interested in my work, please come to my website, www.susannamedium.com. And you know this very well, it's always 9 letters, ZSE, medium.com, where you can find various things. And the coaching, what I'm offering is really a combination of my mediumship, psychic abilities, and how I tune in with your energy, the healing energy, and then really empowering you, not just through words, through the arts, and so on and so on. So get in touch. I would love to hear from you. And A1R, Mr. Dave behind the scene, and all the team, thank you very much. And see you in 7 days' time. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Medicine for Your Spirit
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste, everyone. Raylene Byrne, Medicine for Your Spirit. Here we are, nearly at the end of May. How did that happen? I really want to share something that's happened this week. I've got this beautiful client I'm working with, and she's ready to shine in life. She's been working on accessing her own medicine, her own knowing. And we had this conversation the other day where she was saying to me, whenever she tries to put out a meme or some information about her expertise that she wants to offer people, she's a gut health person, she said this cringe thing comes up within her and she feels like, I'm showing off. I'm showing off. And it sort of made me sit there and think about how often so many of us hesitate and pull ourselves back from stepping forward, from revealing our medicine within, our magic into life to support, help, guide, assist others because of this deep underwriting condition or belief or habit around don't show off, don't show off. And as she said it to me, I just feel like every time I want to do something, I'm showing off. Straight away, the message I heard very loud and clear for her was, you're not showing off when you're in service. You are shining out. And in that moment, her whole energy field rearranged. It was really quite a beautiful sight. It was miraculous to see, actually. She really got it at a very deep level. Somewhere in her, that condition to keep her small and diminished and diluted, it could not hold itself anymore against the truth of when you shine out, when you're in service, you shine out. So that's what I wanted to just offer you guys today, whoever's listening, that we are in a really big year. 2023 is a transformational year right across the globe. And we are meant to be going deeper within to ourselves, knowing ourselves, connecting in so we can shine out. Our soul gifts, soul talents, soul knowings, soul truth, soul calling, soul yearning is our service. And when we step into that service, we can shine that out for others to be ignited and to start looking for their own connection to their own inner world, their own medicine, their knowing. So it is a journey. It is a great big journey that we are on to get comfortable with that. But I just wanted to offer that whenever you feel that I might be showing off, or other people might think that I'm showing off or I'm bragging or whatever, then pause, take a deep breath and ask yourself, is what I am offering or sharing part of my soul service? Is it part of who I really am and what I'm here to do? Because it's not showing off or bragging. We have to do it. So maybe contemplate that, reflect on that. If you have any questions, you can contact me. I'm happy to answer emails. You know, I'm really good at doing that. But I do have a call I'd like to take from Angela in New York. Hi, Angela.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I guess I'm okay.
So how can I maybe be of some type of assistance, help, support, guidance? What is it you would like to seek help?
There's a lot of stuff going on around me. My husband had passed away almost 8 years ago. And since then, you know, basically on my own, and there's a lot of things going on if I should sell my house, and there's been a lot of problems with it. And I have stepson and granddaughters, and my family makes me nuts. So I just wanted to see if you see some kind of peace, or, you know, just some kind of things kind of coming to a head or calming down a bit.
Okay, so the first thing I want to ask you before I pull a card for you is, do you feel within yourself that you are ready to move away from that place?
Financially, I might have to. I don't really want to leave it because I've been in this house 50 years. But the point is I might have to. It's too much. It's a lot of things, you know, at an older house by yourself financially, and it's just no matter what I do, it seems to hit a wall, like something else happens.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, really. I mean, it's going to be a very hard decision, but I think I'm going to have to make it. And it's everything I do, it seems, you know, when everything you do just turns, no matter where I go, it's like I feel like I'm making the wrong decision. And I try, but I just don't know what's going on.
Okay, so one thing there's a couple of things I'll suggest. The first thing is I would find some quiet time and sit in the house. I know this is going to sound a bit kooky, but I'll tell you what, you will get some answers. You sit there and you just connect into the energy of the house you're in and what it's brought for you in this life. And when you feel that, when you have a really good feeling about that, then you're going to ask the question, okay, this house, this home that's been my shelter and my sanctuary for however long, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want, you know, a new occupant? Do you want a new family? Do you want to be resurrected? I'm hearing that feels like the house needs to be resurrected. There's, as you said, there's a lot that needs to be done there. And I don't know your age, but your husband's passed. It is a big transition you're going through. And often when we have these big transitions, we've been given a doorway to step into something else. And we're so used to being secure and safe that to step into something new seems overwhelming. And I think that's what you're really feeling at the moment is overwhelm. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. So the first thing, I've just pulled a card for you. The first thing that comes out is this. Grounded. You've got to get grounded. And its simple message, I love being grounded, is many of the most evolved beings on earth are regular folks living with joy, dignity, and courage. And that's a beautiful message. But being grounded. See, the thing is, we cannot make decisions and choices if we're exhausted, if we're overwhelmed, if there's just so much going on, because everything is wanting attention. So it's like we've got to get grounded, and you've got to get into that place of feeling like there's spaciousness in you. So the words I want to say is the inspiration for what the next step is for you will arise. Now, I'm really big on, we know the answers. For every problem in our life, we already have the solution. It exists within us. It's physics. So when we're stuck in the problem, we can't see solutions because we're trying to fix the problem. But when we shift our mindset and our heart center, we can actually hear the solutions. And sometimes the solutions are very simple. They're not complex. So where you are at the moment, I feel you need to give yourself a little bit of space, a little bit of time to go, I just need to be grounded here, and I just want to feel a little bit of peace. Now, because the house has a lot of memories and you've lost your husband, the best way to start feeling that is to feel gratitude. Everything that house has brought to you, everything you've experienced, it has an energy. You have imprinted yourself in the home has imprinted itself in you. So having gratitude for your time with it is a really good way to start finding a little bit of space in your own heart and in your own mind and being very grounded, so the solution will arise. I don't know if you've seen me on here before, but I will say this. I do not like telling people what they have to do, whether sell the house, don't sell the house, rent the house. I don't like doing that, because these are life choices that you already have an answer to. My guidance and support is to remind you that you have that power, and that if you get lost in the confusion or the overwhelm of everything that's going on, you can't see clearly. So taking time, whether it's to breathe, to write, to sit in your yard if you've got a yard, or be in a park if there's a park nearby, and just be in that space of, I'm so grateful for the life I've had, and I'm really ready and open for what else my life is ready to experience. So I need the bridge now. Where is the bridge for the next step? What is the solution here for me to keep moving forward? We've got to keep our heart moving forward. So first of all, I would get some rest, because it feels like when you have overwhelm, you need rest. And what I've just said, get really grounded. There's something else here. I'm just pulling another card for you. Yeah, transmutation. It's definitely a time of change for you. And often before we go into great change, we will have great resistance, because we go into the overthinking of everything that I have to do, everything that needs to be done. And it's like, oh, it's too much. So for you, Angela, I would suggest, what I've already suggested a couple of things, but I'd always also say, when you're having those quiet moments, breathing into your heart, connecting into yourself, I would then say, I'm aligning with the best outcome for myself, my life, and my journey, and I'm willing to do what that takes. Now, what that does is it starts to allow you to find a little bit more centeredness, peace within yourself, to then see where you're going. And it's always baby steps. But align with that, what I've just said, align with that. And then watch how things start to flow in for you. I just feel like I need to pull another card before I go. I've got 60 seconds left.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, yes. Look for the signs, look for the signs, look for the signs. Look for the signs. When you start saying, I'm ready, I'm aligning, not I will align, it's I am aligning in this now. What you'll find is things start to come, things start to show up. Look for the signs, look for those little epiphanies. Look for those moments of ease that are coming towards you, and follow that. So can you just make sure that you do some of those things, because that will really help you.
Yes, I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Angela. Lovely to speak with you. Take care. Good luck.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Thank you. So all my beautiful people, beautiful friends, new people I haven't met yet, who I will meet one day, thank you for joining me. Remember that you have every right to shine out.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio.
Namaste. How is everybody today? Look at that poet, and I know it. Nod. Anyway, it is a beautiful day here in Newark, Delaware. Spent the holiday weekend in Lewis, and it rained all weekend. So it was a stay in your jammies, just enjoy Netflix weekend. So, how is everyone today? Thanks for joining me here at Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk. And I thought we could have a little bit of fun with pendulums. Pendulums. I wanted to talk to you about pendulum use. If you're not using one, they're a wonderful tool for getting answers from spirit, for doing kinesiology and scrying. So you don't have to be great at it. It can take a while. I've shortened my string so that you can see it here on the screen. So basically, a pendulum is just something that swings freely from a pivot point, and it picks up on energy waves. It's been used for thousands of years to find water, crystals, oil. We actually had someone bring divining rods, which works the same way, to find a water leak, pipe burst in our backyard. And they couldn't find it, but they knew that it was leaking somewhere. And the guy used divining rods. It was great. I could have gone out with my pendulum. But actually, psychically, I knew exactly where it was. And I told him, and there it was. But you can use a needle on thread. You can take some string, wrap it around a crystal. I love to collect them. I get them everywhere I travel. I try to find a pendulum. So basically, you want to get used to your pendulum. You do not have to do this. That is not necessary. Just hold it outside of your body. Ask it to show you a yes answer. My yes is front and back. There it goes. And you can ask it to show you louder to get it moving quicker. And then you can ask it to show you a no answer. And if you notice, it automatically changed direction, and I will tell it to stop. So learn your yes and no, and then ask very specific questions. They can't be, iffy or maybe. They have to be very specific. Like ask it your name, and then ask it if your name is is my name Tammy? It is. So if I said, is my name Tamara? It would tell me no, because it is Tammy. Okay. So we can have some more fun with that in the future, because I have Christina in Jeffersonville, Indiana. Hi, Christina. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
And do you have a question for me today, Christina? Or would you like me to connect with someone on the other side?
I guess a question.
Sure. What do you need to know?
Kind of, I don't know if this might be too wide of a question, but kind of I need to know where my life is going.
So you're looking for direction. Okay. Let's find out. Christina, would you understand? I'm feeling like there have been a string of dead-end jobs. Does that make sense to you? Or your job now feels like you're at your plateau?
Well, it's been actually years since I've worked,
Okay.
so I guess my
Okay.
job would more or less just be the home.
Okay. So you want more in the home. But did you work different jobs, please, or different careers, or did you have a career?
I just worked one job. Hmm.
Okay. Well, then what I'm feeling with dead end must be their way of telling me you're retired as opposed to, yeah, because I'm just hearing dead end, dead end. So job is a dead end. They were telling me move away from that. Um, uh, so as far as home, it is making me feel that you're more conflicted in the fact that there is are you would you like to move to a warmer climate or down south, and but you don't want to leave what you know? Do you understand that, or is there a connection
Yes,
down south for you?
yes,
Yes.
yes, I do want
And
to move. Yes,
okay, because they're making me feel like you're comfortable where you are with who your friends, your family, whatever. And but you want to get out of there. And you're just a
hmm,
little afraid of what of it not working out or it not being what you think it is. Is that correct, Christina?
yes, and yes,
Yeah. And I feel like spirit is saying, just do it. You've put yourself in a position that you can go down. All right, thank you. So spirit says, go down and check it out. Don't sell the house, sell the furniture yet. Go down, check it out, and make sure that you're comfortable where you're going to go, what's going to be around you. Then come back and take care of ending things up here. They said, don't be afraid to move because your friends and family will either follow you down there or visit.
hmm, yeah,
Yeah, they're making me feel like take that leap, take that jump, and trust your heart for once. Um,
yes, that would be great.
yeah, okay. So spirit tells me that the problem is the thought process issue is that you like to know exactly what you're doing, where you're going, and when you have deviated from that, you haven't been pleased with your decision. So you're afraid to trust yourself to make this decision. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, there's just so much going on, like with my marriage and living here and everything. So I don't know what to do.
They're saying you got to do what you need to do for you right now. So, did I hear you correctly? Something about your son and a marriage?
Yeah, about my marriage and just living here and yeah,
Yeah. But it's it's where your head is, but not your heart. Does that make sense?
it does make sense.
Yeah. And it's time to follow your heart.
Mm, well,
What is tell me what it is that you are afraid of most if you moved.
um, probably being well, the whole point of me moving probably would be leaving my husband, here. So that's probably the biggest dilemma of
He
not
doesn't
knowing what
want
to
to
do
go?
with that. Well, no, we've just had so many problems. He's cheated a lot, and I don't know how to handle it anymore, and don't know if I can trust him
Okay.
again.
It's very interesting because I feel like there's already been an emotional detachment there because
Hmm.
spirit did not make me feel that there was a husband to leave.
Yep,
And
what
that's
it feels
why,
like.
yeah, that's why spirit is saying it's time for you to follow your heart. Um, And I feel like I want to say to you that you've given enough of yourself,
Yeah.
that
I
it's
feel like
it's
I have.
time. Yes, and so does Spirit. They're saying you've given enough of yourself at this time. I never tell anyone what they have to do in a relationship because it has to be your choice. Okay. But I do
Uh-huh.
feel Spirit supporting you in the fact that if you do decide to move, um, that they're making me feel like it would be a positive move for you.
That would be
Um,
great.
yes, you know, so that's your decision to make. Never depend on a psychic, or a medium to tell you what you have to do. It has to be your decision and when. What I am telling you is that Spirit is saying to me, please tell Christina that she needs to follow her heart. And if your heart means it's time for you to relocate, then that's what you need to do. You need to be
Sounds
happy.
great, actually. Yes, I
Yeah.
do. Yep, I
Yeah.
definitely do. Thank you.
Yeah. You are so welcome, Christina. And Mother is passed for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, because she comes through and tells me, would you understand repeating this with what she did in her life?
Yes, I sure would.
Yeah, that's what she says. Thank you, Christina, for calling in. I hope I've been helpful. Please take a minute and watch this again. Thank you, everyone, for joining me today. I'll see you right here next week. A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck.tv, 3:15 Eastern Standard Time in the afternoon. And have a wonderful week. Go get yourself a pendulum and start playing, okay? Namaste. Thank you. Bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Vancouver Island Media with Terry Lynn Boyle. Terry Lynn Boyle. Live from terrylynnboyle.ca.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Vancouver Island Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello. How are you on this beautiful Tuesday? It's Tuesday, right? Okay. I'm Terry Lynn Boyle, known as the Vancouver Island Medium, and this is my beautiful friend, Nicole Natras. Nicole is an entrepreneur. She's a playwright. She's a dramaturge. She is a beautiful human being. She does creative journaling. Oh my gosh, I don't even know the whole list. Can you tell us a little about yourself there, Nicole?
Well, I do a lot of different things like many of us do in the world where we have a lot of gifts and talents. And I am an addiction counselor. I kind of had two careers. One is an addiction counselor, and the other is in theater as a performer, live performer for over 20 years. Playwright, I help people write their plays. I'm a counselor, and now I kind of help folks. I do a lot of coaching and help folks really achieve their artistic, personal, professional transformation. And she is one of my favorite people in the world.
Yeah, I'm also one of her clients. So.
Well, that's not why.
Oh, I thought maybe I paid her. So, you know, I get on the favorite list. So anyway, Nicole's been with me before, and you've been watching the show a couple times, I know, with Nicole in it. And I just want to say, Berlin is in the house, okay? I just want to say hello. Both of us want to do a shout out to, let me just read the name. We both put our glasses on.
Elmira
Dindeel.
Yeah.
That's probably not the way your name is said, but Elmira from Berlin, you sent us a beautiful, beautiful email, and I promise we're going to get back to you, both of us. And I hope you're listening today, because Berlin, we're in the house, right?
We are. Hello,
That's
Berlin.
right.
It's really nice to get this email from you.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that she talked a lot about your creative journaling, and I am very... this woman is one of my favorite people as well, because she helps so many people with her journaling and the way that you are able to, you know, when you say something, I can be all flustered and upset about something, and I can tell you about it. And then you're like, well, maybe this is why this is happening. What are you going through in your mind? And she starts to make me think about things that I don't think about. And I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense. Okay, I'm being silly. I'm good.
Thank you for that, Terry Lynn. I feel like I've been really, really lucky in my life to be connected to my center of creativity and truth and love.
So I just want to say something now. We were talking earlier before we went on the air about what you did on Friday. Did you want to mention anything about that, or should we just move on?
We'll just move on.
Okay.
And maybe it'll come up later.
Yeah, I think that that's a good thing. So what we're going to do today is I have done a reading for Nicole before. And when I do readings, we thought we'd talk a little bit about how this works, because I don't believe that I'm special. I believe that everyone can do readings. Everyone can be connected to their divine. They can receive messages. I've probably done this in past lifetimes, because it seems like I've got a little bit more hanging on over on the other side. Or maybe I just have a lot of people over there and they're like, hey.
And you're a little bit modest too.
Okay.
She has a lot more information, but I do think that all of us have that potential,
Yes,
right? To be
I think so.
tapped in when we really tune in.
Well, and I think that just being aware and being mindful, developing a daily spiritual practice, and the biggest thing is to believe in yourself. This past weekend, I went up to the very tip of Vancouver Island in Port McNeill, and I did a spirit fair. And I haven't done a spiritual fair. Well, I've never done medium readings at a spiritual fair because, well, they're like an hour long, and I was doing like 20-minute readings. So I was a little bit nervous that I wouldn't be able to give enough to the people in that 20 minutes. You know, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to think of anything. Oh, I won't get messages that quick. So many things came up in my head. but I went and did it anyway, just to get out of my comfort zone, because I tell everybody, oh, is it uncomfortable for you over there? Well, then jump in. So I got to start walking the walk that I talk. So I went to this spiritual fair, and I was booked all day long. I did 20-minute readings, and it was like I was doing a flash reading. I was like, okay, I'm used to I know,
flash reading. It's like speed dating, right?
It's almost what it felt like. They would sit down and I'd go, okay, now I'm used to doing an hour reading. This is 20 minutes. So if there's somebody not coming in, you want to talk to them, just bring them up and I'll try and connect with them. Okay, boom, go. And that's what we did. But the thing was, I had beautiful readings. There were beautiful people there. There were so many messages that came across. So the biggest thing that I learned was, and Nicole can vouch for this, because I was saying that I didn't know that I would do readings anymore. And I was going to back away. And when I went on Saturday, I said, all right, Spirit, you know, you're going to have to show me that this is what I'm meant to do. And when I sat down, the messages that came through were probably stronger than any of the hour-long or hour-and-a-half-long readings that I've done before in my life. It was a beautiful day. So many messages, so many tears, so many people helped. And I walked away going, okay, so let's just go ahead and believe in ourselves, because that's the key, isn't it?
I agree. And also, it sounds to me like you stopped resisting, you know?
Yeah. I just allowed to whatever was going to, you know, come through instead of there, you know, like sometimes you're like, well, maybe not, I better not say that just in case, you know, or something like this, but I don't do that anymore. As of Saturday, it's like whatever comes through, comes through. So as we're sitting here now, though, I want you to know, Nicole, that your grandmother is here. Your grandfather on your father's side is here. Oh, as well as your grandfather on your mother's side is here. You have a bunch of grandchildren here. I mean, not children, grandparents. Sorry, you're the grandchild. Careful. I have 8 grandchildren.
Just not there yet.
I had kids younger.
My heart.
Her son's only 13. My son's 36. So,
oh my goodness.
Anyway, so, you know, when we talked about having doing just a bit of a live reading for Nicole here. So some of the things that was funny as we were sitting here, they started coming through and I was like, okay, so one of the funniest things, and I just told her this, it was so funny just before we started, is that all of a sudden, all 4 grandparents started coming in and started talking about how Nicole used to flit around. And I use the word flit because that's what it was. And they say that she was full of joy and laughter, and they could just see the little, what is that word I'm looking for? The mischievous, that bubbly, okay, but we'll go with mischievous.
I had a nickname too. It was Miss Biz.
Oh, that makes sense. That
very busy, running around, flitting around.
Very, very busy. So, and some of the messages that have come through for Nicole during this, well, it was kind of like a flash reading, wasn't it? Because it was just like a boom, they're here. This is what's going on. You can talk about your father if you'd like to, because a little bit came over about her dad. There's lots of things that Nicole and I have talked about. Oh gosh. Anyway, the one thing that I really, 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 because so many people come in and talk to me about, I have these intuitions, I have these messages, I don't know what to do. I'm not you. Well, you don't know, you don't want to be me. No, you want to be you, right? And you want to believe in yourself.
Yeah.
And you want to take control of who you are and always be your true, authentic self, which means self-care, right?
And to notice what you're resisting. I that keeps coming back to me because...
So you talk about that, because I know I resist to talk about it.
Right. Like resistance is when we just notice we're kind of arguing with ourselves, or we're holding on to something, or we're trying to maybe control the way things need to unfold, or, you know, it never happens to me, of course. But when we start to notice our own resistance, when we start to notice our worry, when we start to notice our control, when we start to notice our fears, that's resistance actually. And when we address it, when we approach it, when we acknowledge it and we're aware of it and not judge ourselves because of it.
What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean not judge?
Like not judge the fact that we're resisting, right? It's like, it's normal. We are having a human experience, right? We are spiritual beings that are connected,
right? Yeah.
But we're humans, so we're gonna want to maybe judge ourselves and want to be perfect and all those things. So for me, when I notice my resistance, say I'm fearful about something, say I've been procrastinating about something, I'll let Nicole do that for a certain amount of time, and then I'll say, okay, that's enough. I'm gonna find out what's really going on underneath this resistance. I explore it in my journal. I take that self-care time and go, hey, what's going on, Nicole? Is this fear? Are you afraid of something? It'd be hard to admit. I still get scared sometimes. Like you're saying, well, I'm still kind of nervous sometimes. I've never done this before. I'm going out of my comfort zone. I'm doing flash readings for the first time, right? So you want to notice that resistance, and then you want to let it go. And how do we let it go? Not by just intellectualizing it, by exploring it, examining it. We might even have some feelings about it. Feeling our feelings, we let go of the resistance, and guess what the universe does? Just brings in what you need. Because it just goes, thank you for not resisting that so much. Why were you procrastinating on that? And I believe the universe rewards that work.
Yes.
That's integration.
Yes, it is. That is integration, of course.
And then I can move forward, and then the universe can bring what I need to bring. And the most important thing, I think, is that people get caught up when they're looking at their own resistance and they judge it, and that locks it in. It's like, it's locked in, right?
Yes.
Instead of just going, wow, I'm human. This doesn't feel good. I'm not happy with myself for procrastinating on this for 3 weeks, but I'm going to have courage. I'm going to do the right thing, which really is to take care of ourselves and to be self-responsible, to examine it, be aware of it, let it go with grace, compassion, and then we're free again.
Okay, I have a question for you, right? When you were in school, were you the girl that did the term paper that was, assigned a month earlier the night before?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I was too. So now I have something to aspire to.
Right? But it's like,
because you're not that girl anymore.
No. But we all have blocks. We all have resistances. We all struggle, right? We all have struggles.
Oh, everybody. And so that is one thing. Don't judge yourself, especially with the struggles. And don't expect yourself to be perfect. I'm talking about things that I have always struggled with. I was raised in a time to where everything was perfect. People were coming over, the house was clean. Everything shoved in the closet and everything else. And we were all dressed, all of us kids dressed properly. We appeared perfect.
Most important thing.
Yeah.
Right?
So it took me a long time to realize that I don't have to be perfect, that my life doesn't have to be perfect. And if I was perfect and my life was perfect, how boring would that be?
Super boring.
And nobody'd like me because I'd be so much better than everybody.
Well,
right?
and the other piece is that she wouldn't be growing. So, right, when I'm coaching with people and I hear them step out of their comfort zone, like, for example, I just did this new workshop for myself where I work with a lot of creative alchemy. And I was scared to say those words that people would think I was flaky. Kind of like how when I met Terry Lynn years ago, over 10 years ago, and you were just coming out as with your gifts as a medium.
Yeah.
And
I was actually telling people.
I do this. Please be okay with it. Right? Like, it's vulnerable. And so I talked about creative alchemy, and I went out of my comfort zone, and I had all this resistance and kind of judgment. And I had to really work through it and go, this is my gift. Sensitivity is my gift. It's also been challenging in my own personal journey to kind of make friends with that sensitivity in myself, especially as a child, even as a teen. But like, I'm using my sensitivity in creativity and truth and love to help others. Let's do it. Let's articulate it. And if I make a mistake or I don't quite give you the right directions, guess what? I can speak in draft. I can erase what I say and go, you know what? Actually, I didn't really mean that. I meant this.
Or you can say, I used to believe that way, but then I've learned something else and now it's evolved into this way, right? Everything evolves. You're never, ever going to say the perfect sentence unless you're looking at someone and go, I love you.
Well, unless you have an editor and it's published in a book, which is really great. I love that about editing, where you can see your words and go, oh my gosh, it's actually perfect now. But I had nothing to do with that because it was the editor who went in and went, what's this punctuation? Right.
Well, she spelled her name wrong. That's 2 L's in there, not 1.
Like there's part of being, having humility is it's actually a beautiful thing when it connects us with our core and that core love, right?
Yes.
That we are loved, that we are enough, that we are allowed to make mistakes. We're allowed, like as Terry Lynn says, progress, not perfection.
Yes.
There's something so beautiful about that.
Well, it is. And, you know, like a lot of times we do tend to be judgmental, you know, and what is that? We look at people and go, oh my gosh, they're so egotistical. Oh my gosh, look at what they're doing. 9 times out of 10, if you look in the mirror, it's actually what you're doing, right? That is, it's the mirror image, the mirror the mirror
reflection.
Sure, okay. That's the word I was looking for.
Comparing ourselves.
Yeah,
right?
we are.
Comparing ourselves to other people.
Yeah, so when you see something that you don't like in someone, go and look in the mirror and actually look within yourself and say, hey, is this something that I don't like because I do it and I want to stop? So that's been a big lesson for me because, you know, trying not to be perfect. Trying not to be perfect. That did not come out right.
You know what's beautiful though with age is that we grow to have, I think, more understanding and more compassion, and we let go of all those things, right? Like I don't look the same way I did in my 20s. Like
you don't?
No.
Oh, I do.
Or all those things, right? There's a grace that's given when we really recognize each other's goodness, and when we recognize that we're all connected.
Yes,
it's
right.
Beautiful.
It is to be. One of the best times that I felt so much energy, and I was like, oh, like people do this all the time. Wow. I was at a group meditation, and I'd never been to this group before. And there was probably 40 of us in there. And we were all meditating at the same time. No, we didn't all have exactly the same beliefs. We didn't all dress the same. We didn't all look the same. We were, you know, some were in flip-flops, some were in high heels. We were in dresses, shorts. I don't think there was any bathing suits, but you know, you get what I'm saying. And I sat there and meditated, and it was one of the most powerful things I've ever felt. The energy exchange that you have. And then we did a Reiki circle one time, and just, you know, you sitting here and me doing Reiki on you while you do Reiki on the next person and the next person, and just having like a chain. It was like an unbreakable chain with 20 people of this beautiful, amazing energy working through. So
that's where we want to get to.
Yes.
If we can on a daily practice to bring it back to that spiritual practice that you were talking about earlier. We want to get to, even if we can tune into that for 2 to 5 minutes a day, 15 minutes. We don't have to live there again. We don't have to be perfect at all of this. We're all juggling different things in our lives, work, career. The world is a very busy place, family, all those things. But even if we can tap into that self-care, that love piece, that beautiful energy, 2 to 15 minutes a day, whether it's through journaling, through meditation, through prayer, through art, through dance, through physical activity,
singing,
anything,
walking, swimming,
nature,
yes,
kids, playful activities. It's such a high vibration. I think, honestly, it boosts our mental, physical, emotional, spiritual immune systems.
It does. And that is I love that.
Me too.
Spiritual immune system. Oh, high five there, girlfriend. Got something there. We're going to patent that. Okay.
Alchemy comes. I also think that you and I together, we're exploring our connection and what we have to offer everybody out there in the world.
Yeah.
And it's been really, just want to say how grateful I am to you for allowing me to share the space with Terry Lynn and to talk about her gifts and to talk about my gifts and how we might uplift other people, because that's the road we're on. That's the path that we're on.
It is. It is. And I have to say that over this year, I have had some health issues, and probably mostly due to stress and overworked and, not taking care of myself properly. And so I've had Nicole come in and help me with the shows, because I just have not had the energy to just do it myself. Normally I do 2 readings. And so I will get back to doing that at some point here, hopefully. But for right now, having Nicole, who I feel is, she has so much to say to the world, and please listen to her, because she's very smart.
Oh.
You're getting to be a wise old crone.
Thank you.
Although she's like 10, 12, 15 years younger than I am.
But who's counting?
But who's counting?
I'm 103. Okay. I'm just going to come out and say I'm 103. Actually, my grandmother, who showed up today, who always shows up when Terry Lynn's around, she lived till she was 103.
Did she?
And she was such an incredibly strong woman. And it's so beautiful to be around Terry Lynn when you receive a reading. Because what's beautiful about it is Terry Lynn doesn't necessarily remember every single person, 6 months later.
I don't remember any of them tomorrow.
But my grandmother is constantly on your shoulder talking.
See, I don't know. When I said your grandmother, I said, it's your mom's mom, and you said, yeah, she always comes through. I was like, oh.
She does. I think last time we did a reading, you said, oh, that woman has been talking at me for about 30 minutes before you got here.
Yeah, that happens at times.
Yeah, that's my grandmother. We're so blessed to be able to just know that our ancestors are with us. There's lots of times in my life in creative work and different work where I've literally stopped and felt the strength of my ancestors. And that's partly because I hear them through you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I start sentences and then I stop in the middle of them because they go way over there and I can't quite see them anymore.
Because you got emotional.
Because I got emotional. Or because I started to get a message. A lot of times that happens too. So your grandma's here. That's why she keeps going like this to me, right? She's going, hey, look at her. Isn't she cute? She goes, she's just a little bit taller than what she was at 3. So Nicole's very short. So
yeah, but inside I'm very tall.
Oh, yes, it truly is. Dynamite does come in small packages on the outside. So but this is a big thing. When you want to do something like this, okay? Believe in yourself. Be your true, authentic self. And again, accept yourself. Accept you for who you are. And if you don't like who you are, then choose to change that part of you. Try and understand, as Nicole's been saying, try and understand the root of the problem. Where does this fear come from? Is it from childhood? Do you need to look at your inner child and do maybe an inner child meditation?
Yeah.
Do you need to forgive yourself for maybe not being the perfect mother? Because, there's so many of us that are such a perfect mother.
Yeah. And the other piece is recognize that you can ask for help.
Yes.
You don't have to do everything alone. And it's actually a lot better when we reach out and we get support, like coaching or counseling or with a friend. Like sharing our problems actually halves a problem, right?
Yeah.
And so just to know that we all have those pieces that we're working on.
Okay, so how often? Well, I know you get this from me all the time. Oh, I don't want to be a burden. I don't know if you're busy. You've got so much going on.
And trust that that other person has their own personal power, that they can say, you don't need to take care of them. You can say, that other person can say, hey, you're not a burden, but I can't do it today. Let's do it tomorrow. Trust in someone else's sovereignty. And by sovereignty, I mean their personal power, their personal authority.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Trust in that person's authority. Trust in your own authority.
Okay, so I'm going to trust in myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to accept myself.
Yeah, which is a lifelong process.
Yes, it did.
No pressure.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. By tomorrow. No.
Realistic expectations.
Yes. And the big thing too, don't beat yourself up because you're not out there doing an hour-long meditation every single day. You know, you're not spending 2 hours writing in your journal, dear diary, you know, be who you are. You don't have to sit and write in a book. Go sit at the ocean or a lake or a woods or somewhere that you have a happy place and just sit. Just enjoy nature. Find gratitude. It's all good. That's a beautiful way to journal or to meditate. I meditated this past weekend driving up Island to Port McNeil. You know, you
do it in the shower.
Just thinking, you know, I don't know. I think everybody just needs to love themselves more. And that is the biggest thing that I can see.
I agree.
Yep.
I agree. It's like liquid honey. It's liquid gold when we tap into that.
Yes.
Right? That love.
We could do a reality show. You know, they have that Gold Rush. We could do, it's on Discovery. I only know because my husband watches it. I don't know. It's something about panning for gold and all that stuff, right? And we could do like liquid gold rush, right?
Yeah. That's great. Liquid gold rush. I thought we were going to do a reality TV show in your store.
Oh, we could do a reality TV show in my store. We could. Yeah. I do readings. Anyway, I do readings in the store a lot of times. If somebody comes in, I will go, oh, I see them. And so I go over and I'm like, you know, excuse me, can I help you? So anyway, we should do that.
We should.
Or you want to call TLC?
Information on our next time. We'll talk about the new reality TV show.
Yeah, maybe Moonstruck TV wants to do a reality TV show. That would be cool, hey?
I think we're almost running out of time.
I do believe we are, but it's been such a pleasure to have you with me here again. I'm sure you'll be back.
Thank you.
I ask for help now because she taught me how.
And if you have any questions for either one of us, send us an email. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. You can get a hold of me on Vancouver Island Medium on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, or you can get a hold of me at terrylynboyle@gmail.com. And I can shoot you on over to Nicole. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you again, Nicole, for being with us. Thanks, Dave.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. We're going to continue with our development for a few more weeks, and then I will be jumping into doing readings for all of you. Today, I'm going to talk to you about past lives. We're going to do a very quick meditation at the end to see if you get anything. You can have a play around with it, see if you see yourself or if anything can make any sense to you. A lot of the traits that we have in our lives, in our current life, a a lot of times do stem from past lives, and certainly even fears, phobias, people we don't like instantly, or people that we gravitate to instantly, can all come from past life experience. For me, when I'm doing readings, a lot of times past lives do come up. A fear that I personally have is with cruise ships. I am 100% sure that I was on the Titanic and it sunk, as we all know. And so you never want to go on a cruise with me, I suppose, because I have this fear that if I was ever on a cruise, it would sink. I stay away from them. I don't want to know about them. My husband wants to go on one, and I am determined that I'm not going to go on one. I really do need to have a look at that past life and just to understand it more. It came upon me all of a sudden. I was 40 years old. I used to love the beach, the water. I had no problem, you know, swimming out far and whatever. And all of a sudden, I just saw myself as shark bait, basically, and I had a fear of drowning and whatever. So sometimes these things do come up, and they are from past lives, especially when they haven't been a part of your life. These feelings, you know, any sense of claustrophobia or, you know, things like that that you hadn't experienced before. So they're always good to get to the bottom of. There have also been, there was a woman that I did a reading for, and when I looked into her past life, she did not want to know anything about money at all. She didn't want money in her wallet. She just, and it wasn't because for convenience. She wanted cards. She was an older lady. She just did not want to have money in this life. When I read for her, it came out that in a past life, she was an author. She had published a book that cost a lot of people their lives, and she did make a lot of money out of it. And in this life, she was just adamant. She just wanted to live a very simple, plain life with minimal luxuries, and that had come up for her. And she had also been told that in other readings with other psychic mediums as well. So she could never understand why she felt like that. So, well, obviously now she does. So it's always good to find out, you know, where we have these kind of like little odd things that we believe in, or, you know, we just don't want to move past. And if when you can understand things about yourself more and your life more, things start to make sense, and you can be more accepting of things, you know, as well. So I'll get into it's just a very small meditation, something you can just practice. Again, we'll be going through it quite quickly, and if you want to have a go with it, you just slow it down and you just kind of do everything in your own pace. Okay, so as usual, we will protect ourselves. So I do want you to visualize a white light wrapping around you from head to toe. And I do want you to visualize a white bubble of protective light, seeing yourself sitting in there, feeling safe and secure. And just start to relax into some deeper breathing and counting into the count of 4, breathing into the count of 4, holding to the count of 4, and breathing out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Last one. Breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and breathe out to the count of 4. Just relax into your regular breath now, feeling your weight in your seat. And I want you to visualize yourself standing in front of these big brass doors. And I want you to push the door open. And you notice that the door has a protective symbol on it. And you recognize it, and it assures you that you are safe as you walk through. And as the door closes behind you, you walk down the hallway. And there are many doors on either side. You keep walking to the end. And there is another door right at the end, and it also has a protective symbol on it that allows you to feel safe and secure. And I want you now to ask your guide to take you to a past life where you were happy, and it was a life that you accomplished anything you wanted, and that you only want to receive and see things that make you feel happy and good about yourself. So I want you now to just gently push the doors open and walk into your favorite past life where you were truly happy. I want you now to just look down at your feet. Visualize your shoes. What do they look like? Start to move your gaze up your legs. What kind of clothes are you wearing? What period are your clothes in? Are you male or female? What do you look like? Remember to see, hear, sense, or feel your messages, or just have a knowing of what it is. You notice that there's a path in front of you, and you start to move along the path, and you know that this path is going to take you to your house, your home that you lived in that life. And as you see it up ahead, you move along the path with much excitement and anticipation. And as you open the door and you move inside the house, you have a great sense of familiarity to it. And I want you to look around. Do you see, is there any family there? Do you have any pets? What kind of property is it? Have a sense or a feel of what kind of job you did in that life. What age were you? As you look around, get a sense of why you loved this life. What did you learn? Did you learn a trade? Did you have a business? Did you learn soul lessons? What was it about this life that made you truly happy and content? As you start to finish observing this life, I want you to see yourself moving out of the house and starting to find your way along the path again, bringing yourself all the way back to the first door in front of the path. And as you enter through it, you find yourself back in the hallway again and the doors close behind you. Start to move along the path again. Then you get to the first door that you originally entered into. See yourself walking through that door and see the door close behind you. I want you now to look down at your feet. You're wearing your current day clothes, and you see yourself now back in your life, feeling safe, feeling happy. When you're ready, I want you to open your eyes, and this is where you can write down any of your experiences that you may have had. And just do it at your own pace, okay? When you're going through it, all the meditations are really quite basic and simple. They're designed that way when they're given to me from my guide, so that they are easy to remember, and you don't have to sit there and listen to a long-winded, meditation that goes on and on. If you're connecting with spirit, you can do it quite quickly. Remember, it's whether you're seeing or you're hearing or you're sensing or feeling your messages, or you just know that you are a particular person. Everybody wants to be somebody famous. We all want to know, that we've done something like that. It's not always that way, but that's okay. You may find you are, but you might find that that's the case down the track. Today, we're just doing one as an introduction for where you had an amazing life. So it can be an uplifting experience for you. Okay, so that's something that you can keep practicing. Remember, smile. You never know who's going to need it, and be good to yourself, be good to everyone around you. Think, act and feel with your higher self, and your life will always be amazing. Take care, and I look forward to seeing all of you next week. Thank you. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. How are you doing? I'm Andrea Bacon, and I really appreciate you joining me today. I hope you're all doing really well wherever you are in the world when you are listening. So it's really hard to believe that we're almost in June already. Like, the time is flying by so fast. Things are changing, lots of changes happening in the air. Even after all of the more complicated things that we've had at a rapid speed, things are really changing. So, I hope everyone had a great weekend and got to spend some time relaxing, rejuvenating. Last weekend, I had a wonderful time. I had the pleasure of being able to work doing readings at a holistic fair at this local place. And, I did some readings for people. I haven't done readings in person in several years now, like a lot of people. And it felt so nice just to connect to people in person, doing one-to-one readings. And, there is this theme happening, I think, with a lot of us and, the people that I read for, that there's just a lot of transformation happening right now in the collective, a lot of change in the air. People get messages from their spirit team and when they get readings, and it helps them really to gain some clarity on the things that they are dealing with. So there's like this collective energy going on. A lot of us are feeling it. I think, many of us have been dealing with like burnout or energy overload with everything that's been going on in the world for a long time now, for several years. And with that transformation, there's this thing of falling out, this theme of things falling out, of their lives, like a lot of individuals having their relationships changing and their jobs changing, and things just kind of like ebbing and flowing, being phased out like at this natural kind of pace. And so that things can really fall into place. And it's actually a good thing. The things that, that are keeping us like from allowing us to grow and expand into these higher versions of ourselves, and the truth, our own truth, living our own truth and being who we really came here to be. And it's actually a really exciting time, even though it may sound like so much change to deal with. So we are completing these chapters to do with certain things. Like I said, jobs, relationships, our mindsets are changing because sometimes they've really kept us stuck. And that's really great that we're dealing with this right now. It's actually really, a fun thing, not fun, but you don't need to worry. So that's the main thing I wanted to just kind of hit home with this. And yeah, it's always a great time to connect to your spirit team because they're always around you. So, and now we're going to have a caller. We have Denise on the line. Hi, Denise.
Hey, how are you?
I'm
I'm
good.
good.
Great. So how can I help you?
Yes. I had, I guess, a few questions on like I'm trying to figure out my direction. I went through a divorce, and it's been like about 3 years ago, and I just kind of feel like there has not been closure with it. And I've asked him for closure, and he's like, "Oh, you got it," but I really didn't. So I'm kind of like, am I going to get it from him, or where is it?
Okay. So you're wanting like closure on the relationship?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And okay, let me see. So you're wanting to know if you're going to get it from him?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what I get.
Okay.
I know like a lot of times we kind of have to give it to ourselves too, though. Let's see. The Knight of Cups, that is kind of like somebody coming forward to bring you some type of offer. That is kind of an emotional offer.
I've heard that before too. Wow.
Oh yeah. And there's the after the heartbreak, it's put you in this juggling energy of going back and forth and round.
Okay.
But you have things coming in that are going to be meant for you, if that makes sense. Things that are going to put you on like a path that is much more rewarding for you emotionally. Yeah, so you have good things coming in. You have stability coming in, like more stability. If you don't already feel that way now. And there's actually going to be a new offer too. But but to be open, it's like there's this message for you to be open to being able to receive.
I heard that too. Wow.
Oh yeah. So yeah, like go ahead.
I said, wow, you're saying some of the same things that I've heard before. That's amazing.
Yeah, there's this message of surrendering, because surrendering over to the universe, to God, to the divine, these emotions, this need for closure. It is absolutely important to, pay attention to how you feel and process your emotions. But it's almost like you're putting it on somebody who couldn't really truly live up to, their part in your life. And if they couldn't do that, it's going to be harder for you to get closure from somebody like that. So it's almost like there's other things wanting to come in for you. But if you're focusing too much on that, it's like you can't see it because you're focusing only on the one thing, on that main thing. Yeah, so let me pull some more cards to get some more messages. And there is something about a house that I feel for you.
Wow. I heard that too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, I feel your energy is teeter-tottering back and forth. And that's, it's understandable. But there's this message of shifting your focus so that you're going to be able to surrender these emotions and, get that healing that you need, but it probably won't come from him, if that makes sense. I do see somebody else coming into your life at some point. Somebody who's emotionally mature. And for you to continue to do, to do your work, you're going to be building a solid foundation with, you know, a lot of independence. You're going to become even more emotionally independent and have a lot of healing. You're going to have like some type of, you know, information coming to you that's going to help you, and it's going to shift your mindset. And this is going to bring healing in for you.
Okay.
Yeah. So you are going to get closure. Now, it might not come specifically from him, but it's kind of like, you know, this process that a lot of us go through in these kind of situations that helps us tap more into our intuition, and it helps us get the healing that we need to go through to heal our own hearts. And it's going to put you on this level up, because I see a lot of great things for you coming in your future. And, you know, there's this message of tapping into your intuition, listening to your intuition, paying attention to red flags, and doing like this shadow work to get that level up. And you're going to bring in so many great things. I mean, abundance, emotionally mature partners, and a lot of healing. And I think that you'll also be able to help other people as well.
Okay.
And you're going to have it's a big transformative time for you.
Wow.
Yeah. It's an ending.
What about a job? Like I right now I'm teaching, but I want to get out of the classroom. I don't want to get away from my field.
Okay. Well, I am. I see some, you know, a lot of abundance coming in for you, and a lot of emotionally fulfilling a new offer that is going to bring in some great things. But I'm going to have to leave it there. I'm sorry. It's time for me to head out, but I hope this helped in some way. And if you, yes, thank you. I really appreciate it. And you can check out any of my offers at Mind Body Nourish on Etsy. And I have some services and some products if you're interested in that. And you can always email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. Have a wonderful week, everybody.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R, Insights into Consciousness, my segment every Tuesday at 1:30. I am here today to do a little bit of a reading on some of the world issues that we're having right now and just see what Spirit says about it as of now. Now, we could always have a trajectory of like, this changes or that changes, and then it will regroup and redirect. So remember that any timeline can always be redirected, but that's how powerful our minds are, and that's the power of consciousness. So first of all, I want to let you know that I'm going to do a live reading today on the air, and I'm excited about that. I don't even know who I'm going to get yet. It's always a surprise, and I'm so happy to do that. Also, you can reach me anytime for life direction, life path advice from a psychic. I do readings, I do medium readings, I do life path card readings, anything that you align with, I will do, as long as it's on a high, loving, happy vibe. So you can contact me, Anna Olsen, intuitive.com. That's ANNAOLSEN, intuitive.com. You can reach me on my website, and you can also contact me through Instagram at Tiny Medium Queendom. So that's my Instagram. You can also reach me through TikTok, where I am actually an independent contractor now with TikTok. So I guess I got enough followers. I have, over 10,500 at this point, and it's growing, and I've had more than 1 million views, probably closer to like 2 million at this point, but I am happy to work with you. You can reach me there at AO Intuitive. That's my handle for TikTok, and you can reach me under Anna Olsen. So I also have that link in my Linktree bio, which is on my Facebook page, Anna Olsen Intuitive, or just Anna Olsen, and it's also on my Instagram. And so you can reach me wherever. And I also have a few other links there that you can check out under my Linktree. And that is attached to my website, my Instagram, my Facebook, and my TikTok. So you won't miss it. It's there somewhere. Anyway, I am happy to announce that I was able to go to a really wonderful memorial for fallen officers this last week at in Sacramento here in California. That's the capital. And I was able to have a nice, intimate moment with these families. Lots of spiritual energy there that was just so heavenly and beautiful and loving and kind. And I was happy to be a part of that and listen to the governor speak. Gavin Newsom, he is definitely supportive of these families who have lost officers who were working to protect our safety and our public peace. So that was a wonderful thing that I was able to take part of, and just wanted to offer my support to all law enforcement officers or anybody in law enforcement who is honestly and like with a good cause, serving and protecting. They don't pay you even almost enough. And I just want you to know that I support you. I think that officers should be millionaires because of what they put on the line and what they sacrifice and what their families sacrifice. So don't forget the families, the spouses, the children who know that every day that their father or spouse, that every time they walk out of that door that they could not be coming back. So imagine that sort of a risk being so much higher every single day and living with that concept on the daily and knowing many officers that have fallen in service. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude, my support to law enforcement officers, all military. I support you. I want you to know that I have your back and I am here to work with you. I always give a discount to military and to law enforcement families. And that's because I love you and appreciate you very much. And I'm here to also let you know that I support all of these families who have lost and are grieving over fallen officers or military members. So that said, I want to look at some of the world events happening right now. We have had lots and lots of things coming up. The first thing that I want to look at is the pandemic. What was that about? We have so many questions about that. Some people think it was lab-made, man-made, done on purpose. And some people just think, oh, it was just something like the avian flu and it just happens every so often. And this is what nature does. And I understand both concepts. I think anything could be possible at this point. But basically, I wanted to do a reading on that. I wanted to kind of go through my cards real quick and just ask Spirit, open up that portal, close any of my personal business and shove it in the back so that it's not affecting this reading. And just ask Spirit for the highest and greater good, what was the pandemic about and why did we have it? So the card that I'm getting is the Strength card. And this is a card that I really love. And it really just depicts taming the lion. It's a strength card that depicts having to lay down the law. And the way that I'm seeing this with the epidemic of, the COVID incident and this whole pandemic was that this had to happen. And I'm feeling like it was Gaia, Mother Earth, really having an effect on human beings, and that it's the natural cycle of things, that when things are kind of out of control or getting out of hand, that Mother Earth, the Gaia, will start to rein in the out of control organisms on her Earth. So that's her body. If you think about the Earth having a spirit and there being a holistic view of the Earth, we humans are organisms upon the Earth, upon a body, another body, another spirit. So we know that all plants, animals, humans, and the Earth have life. It can be measured in scientific ways. I won't go into that here now because I don't have time, but we know these are real facts, scientifically proven. So when the, I guess it would be the climate of the Earth gets disrupted, things happen. It's like when we get an infection or we get a virus, things happen to control that overgrowth or that incident or that invasion of whatever it is that could be harming the organism. So the Earth is also a very large organism, and it is holistically fighting off issues. Now, when I asked Spirit what those issues are, what lion needed to be tamed, and we see that this is actually a pregnant woman. This is a pregnant woman taming a lion. I'm seeing that it is actually an energy of higher consciousness, but it's controlling a denser consciousness that was taking over to an extreme, and that people were losing sight of spirituality and what their true purposes were and what they're truly here for. I feel like the pandemic was a wake-up call for the organisms of the Earth, according to Spirit, according to Gaia, as she speaks through Spirit, that these things needed to be controlled to have more of an equilibrium of a balance of higher consciousness. When I talk about higher consciousness and denseness of consciousness, I'm talking about people who are on a brainwave of either a higher positive consciousness, which is the higher consciousness, or a lower, denser consciousness, which is a consciousness that is usually involved in crimes, negativity, harm, abuse, toxicity, if you know what I mean. So it was to balance out some of that toxicity. With how much suffering that came from that, I'm asking Spirit, what does that mean? And the main response that I'm getting is that people had to kind of be pushed into the idea of higher consciousness and spirituality as part of their reality and mortality, so that we can reconsider why we're here and what we're doing here, and to reach out to those in need, and to become more isolated in a lot of ways to get closer to Spirit on a subconscious level. Because as we were kind of confined to our homes, we have an automatic survival mechanism that kicks in, that automatically kicks us into being closer to Spirit. When we have people that we know and loved ones around us being, threatened by something like a virus or a pandemic, then, of course, we're going to start to resort to the spiritual part of things and really question what our spiritual beliefs are. And that was really what Gaia, or Mother Earth, wanted to get us back to. So that's really what I'm getting here. So Diane in Laurel, Delaware is on the phone for a reading today. Hi, Diane. How are you? I think we're getting the connection cleared up right now. So we're going to get Diane back, but I am just really happy about the fact that this whole pandemic that we once knew is over. So that is wonderful, because I feel like a lot of us are just reset, and now we are able to go back into the old way of life with an elevated and higher consciousness way of thinking, which is going to be better overall for the earth. Now, the wave of the pandemic is still going to hit us. We know that. That's common knowledge. This is just that, you know, the economy is going to take a hit. We know that. We've already seen the results of that. So that's happening. But we are also going to be able to have more opportunities to not just change our workplaces and the way that we've been doing things for hundreds of years, but also we have the opportunity now to change the family dynamics that we have been really just not, we have mostly, the world has not been doing as well with the family dynamic and the home environment now for quite some time. So that is going to definitely correct. It's definitely in some uprooted, kind of like the tower card, how things kind of have to fall before they're rebuilt. We are still in that pre-rebuild chapter of this. So understand that the economy is going to take a dive. We know that. We've seen that happening already. Prices are going sky high. And people are really having to reconsider how they, you know, manage their money and things like that. But this is all part of the bigger picture where we're getting the reset. We're resetting money, financial, work, family. People were working like crazy just to keep things, you know, decent with their families. Food banks are getting people in at an all-time high right now in wealthy areas such as Santa Cruz, California is one of the main ones that I've heard of, where people are really having to get more down to earth and just really start to like get to their foundation, their, you know, what their ancestors pretty much were dealt as well. And we know that a lot of the government laws that are going through right now can definitely affect us overall. We know that government is trying to get more control and power. So I have Amber in Des Moines on the phone, on the line. Hi, Amber.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What would you like to discuss today, or is there a specific topic that you would like me to look at for you today for your reading?
I was just maybe hoping to hear from my dad.
Oh yeah, okay. So your when did your dad pass?
Last year in January.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
It's very difficult. So is there anything specific that you would like to ask, or you just want to see if what comes through?
Yeah, I just wanted to see what came through.
Okay. So I'm getting a presence of definitely a man with a strong presence. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So strong presence, very powerful man. I even think he was strong physically.
Mm-hmm.
And did he work a lot with his hands or something like that? Or
yeah.
So what did he do for a living?
He drove and unloaded semi-trucks.
Okay, that makes sense, because I see this strength and this definitely a presence of just incredible, not just strength physically, but strength mentally.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that he's really, it's almost like he's really urged to, he has this strong, quick urgency to tell you that when he was here with you, he didn't understand and wasn't taught all of those details about being a dad. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
So he wanted to be a certain type of parent, and it was always like he would try, and he just didn't really know how. He didn't have the tools that he needed.
Mm-hmm.
He basically just really is, and I don't want to sound generic because I know he drove, you're saying he's a truck, he did the truck driving and all of that, but he honestly really has a sentiment of wishing that he was there for you more. And that is the main concept that I'm getting for him, that he wishes that he could have with you better. And that he is sorry. He is sorry for any time that he's saying that he was selfish, if that makes sense.
Yeah, a little, yeah.
So was there a separation or a divorce with your mother?
Yeah.
Okay, because he's saying he wished that he tried harder there too for you, because he really is, and I'm getting chills right now, so that means that's a strong yes from spirit. So he really wishes that he would have worked harder, and he really wants you to know you're doing great in your current situation. He's saying that just because, and I think it's just a confirmation, you already know that just because you have parents that divorce, it doesn't mean that you can't do relationships. As a matter of fact, a lot of the time that means you can do relationships better because you saw what went wrong and now you can fix those things in the pattern.
Right.
So he's just reiterating how proud of you he is. And he is saying he wishes he understood how kind words to his daughter. He wishes he understood how important it was, because now he can see how important it was, and he just didn't get it. He did his best though. Like I know that, you know, it sounds like I know that there were good things about him, and I know that, but he's really focusing on just letting you know he acknowledges. He wants you to know that he gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to hear from him.
Yeah, now I always ask spirit, I always ask your loved ones for a sign that they can show you that this is really them, they were really talking to me, and that they're with you after your reading. So I love hearing about when the people I do readings for, I love hearing about when they get these signs. So of course there's the trucks, right? I mean, I don't know if you've already been noticing the trucks at the right time in your daily life.
Yeah. Yep.
So he's showing me the trucks, and then he's also, I'm getting the goosebumps again, very definite. And yes, you'll see the trucks at the right time. The other thing that he wants you to watch for is the gold cross. I don't know if that's already of significant value to you in any way.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that significant?
He wore one. He wore a gold cross every day.
Okay.
And I have it. I have it now.
He wants you to know that the gold cross is what he's going to show you when he's with you.
Okay.
When he's communicating with you, you're going to see it when you open a picture on the internet or something, and there's a picture, I don't know, of like the Catholic Church, and there's a gold cross. Or it could be that you see that somebody else is wearing a gold cross at just the right time. You're going to notice gold crosses. And he's going to show you these gold crosses in your daily life to say, hi, honey, I'm here. Remember what I said during the reading? I'm sorry. Remember that I'm sorry, and I understand now. And I'm going to do my best to be with you now as best as I can in not being in his body anymore.
Okay.
That'll be his best effort. So I love hearing your kids, by the way. How old are your kids?
Yeah. 3 and 1.
Oh, that's such a sweet age. And you know, he's really is one of them a boy?
Yeah. I had him a week before my dad passed.
Right. He's acknowledging that he has a connection with that child, and he is also letting you know he's going to protect him. So whatever that means, I'm not sure. I mean, there could be something that's going to come up or whatnot, but he's saying he does have the ability to protect your children, and he's going to protect your children. He's going to be with them. He's going to put the right things in their paths, but he especially has a link or a connection to your son.
Okay.
I think you're going to notice what he's saying is that your son's going to get some of your dad's traits, and you're going to notice some of the same things. And that's one of the ways that your dad is with you as well, is through the inherited genetic traits that your son will possess that are like your father.
Okay.
So that's something else to keep in mind. And he wants you to know that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to cry. It's okay to be really, I know your dad was a very strong man, but he wants you to know that it is okay for you to cry, to be vulnerable, to ask for help, to be softened.
Okay.
You're already experiencing some of that, having your children and understanding the dynamic between parent and child, but he really wants you to know that in your daily life, in your relationships with your children, all of that, he wants you to remember that it's okay to be very vulnerable and ask for protection from your loved ones.
Okay.
Because the way it feels to me is that you've always had to be so strong, and you've always had to be so like hardened, like, okay, I can do this. And because you've had to deal with some hard things.
Yeah.
He's saying you're going to be fine, and you're even going to be better if you can just let it go, be vulnerable and cry, and just go ahead and let your weakness show in the moment, because people need to know that you need them. Apparently your dad never asked.
That makes sense.
What's that?
What's that? I said, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and apparently it seems like your dad, it's kind of the way he was raised. Like, a lot of men, they just don't ask for help. They just don't ask for things because they want to be the one to do it and save everybody.
Yep. Yeah, he was a very proud, I can do it myself.
Yes. And I admire that about him. But, I think that was part of, the health things that went on with him and all of that. It's just, he wants you to have a life filled without worry of health concerns in a life. And he's just telling me that there were a lot of health things going on with him that he never mentioned and that he never told anybody about.
Yeah, I found out after he passed that there was things going on that I didn't know. So.
Yeah. And those weighed on him pretty heavily because he internalized it. And then it just had this more of a stressful effect on him, where then now he was getting more health problems from having more stress from keeping it all in. So he's just like expressing like, look, it's okay to be weak. It's okay to heal and just be vulnerable and let it out. And I always tell people, when you're crying about losing your loved one and you're crying about something that happened, finish the cry. Don't tell yourself to stop crying. You're going to disrupt that release and that finishing of processing those emotions. So you want to finish off the cry, even if that means you are, like really sobbing or, pissed off or whatever it is. It can really piss you off when you lose people. And it's good to be pissed off. It's also good to cry.
Okay.
So he's letting you know you are a very sensitive person, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
To show it. So I have 3 minutes left. Do you have any other questions for me for your dad?
Not that I can think of. No.
Okay, I'm going to ask him if there's anything else that you need to know. He's handing you a bouquet of flowers, and they look kind of pink to me. They're not carnations, but they're kind of the same roughly roughly petals as a carnation, and they're a bright pink. So he's handing you a bouquet of bright pink flowers, and he's just saying, I wish I would have given you more of this stuff when I was here.
Sorry, nothing. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. He just wants you to watch for the gold crosses, the trucks, and the pink flowers. Those are your 3 signs from your dad.
Okay.
Okay. You watch out for those.
All right.
And notice the timing. Are you having a bad day? Are you needing support? Do you need a reminder that your dad loves you? Do you need a reminder that you're not alone? Do you need a reminder your dad is there? There are a lot of things that you can consider and stop and think about what he's telling you in the moment so that you can really consider the timing. And I think usually when I get signs like this, it's obvious right away. Half the time I'm breaking down crying because it's so obvious that I don't have to even think about it. But just notice the synchronicities. I call them revelatory synchronicities. It's a synchronicity of revelation from the other side where they're communicating with us in the only way they can, which is even sometimes lights flickering or going off. I've had that happen actually in the middle of a session with a doctor because a person that we both knew was present, and the doctor was kind of freaked out. But you know, it's really beautiful how they show up. I have to go now, but thank you so much for calling in. It was so nice connecting with you and your father. He's a great man, great strong presence.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course. So there was a wonderful connection I made with her father. He's definitely one of those rougher type men who probably, you know, like a lot of men, didn't say what he was feeling as often as he would have liked to now that he sees the bigger picture. And that's just a reminder to all of us here, which is why I love readings, that we need to tell people we love them. When we look at our children and we feel something for them, tell them. If you look at your spouse and you feel something loving towards them, tell them how you're feeling. Any chance that you get, I promise you will not regret it. It will make your life so much better and it will make theirs better. You want to do that because you love them, right? So contact me if you would like to work with me. I'd love to work with you. AnnaOlsenintuitive.com. And I will see you next week, Tuesday at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. Have a wonderful week.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side Radio TV podcast here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening TV, and other fine places on the internet. You know, we're the #1 psychic radio network in the world, so you're in the right place. I'm your host, psychic medium John Capello, and I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you about psychic stuff. You know how that is. So this show is about expressing the viewpoint of a psychic on today's issues and observing the world in general from our point of view. You know, you hear the skeptics all the time, so now you can hear our point of view. You know, you hear these people on TV, they say, you know, I don't have a crystal ball. Well, I do, and I know how to use it. So you have heard the skeptics, so now you get to hear what a psychic has to say about things. So today I want to just kind of, I always review what we did last week and everything. So, I always like to talk a little bit about astrology. And last week I talked a little bit about the debt issues that were going on. I talked about Pluto being in the second house of the United States, and it means so many things. And I guess people, it's hard for them to believe that astrology can have the accuracy that it does have. But right now, Pluto's in the second house of the United States. Now, the second house, just to let you know, it's all things Taurus. It's all about money. It's about values. It's actually about where you live, your perimeter, because the bull, the Taurus, he has his territory staked out, and he patrols it. He doesn't want anybody to get on his turf, And in the case of the United States, what's our turf? Our turf is our border. So, that's another area that is being worked on by the planet Pluto. And we're seeing Pluto at its worst right now because there's so many things that are going on that need to be addressed. And, it's been in the sign of Capricorn. And if you know about your astrological chart, you know that your rising sign determines the house placement of the planets. And so for the United States, we're a country that has Sagittarius rising, which is in the first house, and the second house is Capricorn. And Capricorn is about power. It's the most powerful sign in the zodiac. It's about government. It's about image. It's about so many things, status, those sorts of things. It can be a little bit about sociopathic things too, if you're not careful. But because it just is kind of about greed. There's often greed in that particular sign. Now the thing is, with Capricorn, there's a lot of really positive things about Capricorn. Just like every other sign, it's got its good and it's got its bad, and you can easily get in the weeds when you talk about astrology because it may sound like it's not very definitive because it looks like you're talking from both sides of your mouth. For instance, you could say I was just bad mouthing Capricorn, but yet Capricorns are considered the best parents of the zodiac. The Capricorn kids the kids of Capricorn parents often are treated the best, and they have structure, and they have so many things that are at their disposal, and parents watch over them to make sure that they're taken good care of. So there's so many really good things about Capricorn, and I have to be careful because I'm right there on the cusp of Capricorn, so
I'll be talking about myself if I'm not careful. But the show is about talking a little bit about astrology, and right now we have this Pluto in the second house, and we'll get to our caller here in just a moment. So I'm going to ask them to be a little patient. But Pluto in the second house um, means that we're in a transformational time, and it is doing what it's called a Pluto return, which is right exactly in the exact same spot it was in during the American Revolution. So many things were going on during that period of time, and we're kind of revisiting some similar issues. We were creating our borders then. We were creating our monetary system, and we were developing that American way of attitude or value system. And all those things are in play right now. And you can see where the worst of Pluto has us in debt. The worst of Pluto has people fighting about values. And we see the worst of Pluto where our borders are not being respected. And I don't know if that upsets people or not, but you hear people in some parts of the country being upset about getting a busload of people from the border. They get 50 a day. Well, Texas gets 4,000 a day. so something's not. So we got to get some balance there. But these are the issues that are facing us today. So, and we're also about climate change, because climate change is very much about the land, and that's what the second house is about, the land. So let me give you another example about how Pluto works in the U.S. chart. If you look back about the time of the year 2000, 2001, where was Pluto then? It was in Sagittarius. It was in the first house. And the Sagittarius energy is about the religious person, the zealot, the person that is very, very self-righteous. And what happened in 2001? We had 9/11, and it was carried out by zealots. And it doesn't matter what faith it is. It matters about the people that were self-righteous, the people that my way is the only way, and everybody else is beneath us. So we wound up in a couple of wars over that, and we're just now getting over those things, or we're now settling those things down. And so it takes a long time to get some things straightened out. So that's when Pluto was in the first house, and so now we're seeing all these second house issues. So with that, I'm gonna stop talking about astrology, and I'm gonna go to our caller. If our caller is still there, I hope I didn't run them off. So let's see, Catherine in Denver, Colorado. So how are you today, Catherine?
Oh, I'm well. And yourself?
I'm doing well. Yes. So, Catherine, have you been feeling okay? Has there been any health issues around you?
A little bit. Yeah, a little health issues. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Do you have a particular question for me today?
Yes, please. I kind of have two, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'm in the middle of a very unexpected transition in my career life. I'm being forced into an early retirement from a career I was passionate about. And I had to find another job, which I just did. And I did have a job for the last 9 months. I found out I'm being laid off from that. So I'm curious where I'm going as far as work and finances. And then
Okay.
my second question is about my love life. I'm
Okay.
hoping that the love of my life and I will end up together forever, but I'm curious what you see, please. Thank you.
Okay. So, Catherine, what's your birth sign?
I'm an Aries.
You're Aries. Okay. Well, Aries has been through a lot the past several years. So these transition, you mentioned the word transition. And have you been listening to the program at all, or today?
Yeah, I heard about today. Well, I mean,
Okay.
this kind of
Because
just speaks to my
if you've been
pattern.
listening to the program, and then we've been talking a lot about Pluto. Well, the past
Yeah.
several years, when Pluto's been in Capricorn, it's also been affecting the sign of Aries. And so when you use the word transition, you have been in a transition maybe longer than you thought. Okay. Um, so all of these things were coming, and I'm sorry that you lost your job, but it seems to me that I feel like you need to take some time off, and you may need to do some journaling. You may need to write down where your new passions are, so that you can start to rebuild on a basis that you feel comfortable with. I do feel like you're going to find another job. It may not be your dream job the first time, but I feel like you need to keep trying, because I feel like you feel like you're swimming in in the abyss right now. Um, but um, but for you, I feel like you need to be patient, and that's hard for Aries to do. But be patient and get uh, uh, do some journaling, and discover a little bit more about yourself, because uh, the more you can present yourself in a calm, positive basis, the better the job you're going to get. So I do feel like it's going to be a little while before you find a job that you're really comfortable with, but you will find one. Now, as far as the love of your life, are you not with someone now?
Oh no, we're together, but it's there is we have some challenges, of course, like everyone else in the world, I guess, but we're together.
Well, it feels like this is kind of. Are you just kind of going through the routine together?
No, he's exiting a long-term previous abusive relationship, trying to exit out where he feels like commitment because of children and financial commitments to the house and all that stuff.
Okay, so you want to make sure you're not just a rebound. Okay. I'm not feeling a lot of energy between you and this other person. I kind of feel like you're a little bit in rescue mode. So what I'm saying is I'm not going to say this is the love of your life. I do feel like this is a pretty good person, and I feel like you need to see this through. But I'm not going to say this is the love of your life. You know, I understand that you want some certainty in life. I understand that you want to be able to settle down and say, this is where I am, this is where I belong, and this is where I'm going to be in the next 10 years. I can't give you that answer today because I feel like there's still some struggle around you, and all I can be is honest with you. But I feel like you do need to go through this situation with this particular person, so that you not only learn about yourself, but you learn about what you want in a relationship. It's possible that he can be that person, but I also feel like he's got to do some healing, especially if he's been in an abusive relationship for a long time. Okay, so I hope that gives you a little bit of insight. I'm just saying, be patient. I would work on your health, because for some reason I feel like you need to deal with some health issues. So I'm not a doctor, but I would address those, because I'm just feeling like you have a little bit of low energy, and it may be just from exhaustion. So that's kind of what I'm feeling. So. But thank you very much for. Okay, well, but thank you very much, Catherine, for calling, and good luck to you. Okay.
And thank you for taking the time to chat with me. Blessings
You're
to you
welcome.
too, my friend.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, you're welcome. Take care. So before I go to the next caller, I do want to talk a little bit more about mediumship, and we'll probably we'll take Jeanette in just a minute or so, or a couple of minutes. But I wanted to start a little bit uh, uh, my conversations about mediumship, because mediumship, as we said last week, is about sensing a presence beyond your personal space, and we expanded it a little bit beyond the definition that is most widely held. And the reason why we've done that is because we want to be open to more possibilities. Okay. And then what we want to do is we always want to do our psychic test. And the psychic test is, how does this presence make us feel? What do we What do we see about it? What do we know about it? What do we hear about it? What do we smell or taste about it? Because that's how we evaluate what the type of impression we're getting. And then once we can evaluate it, well, then we evaluate it even further with our other psychic senses, because that will open the door to more evaluation. So these are all good things that we can find about sensing that presence. But the logical question is, why should people be involved with mediumship? And that's an easy answer for me, because mediumship, for the most part, it validates existence beyond the physical, and it exists. It validates the continuity of life. Because we believe in the continuity of life. We believe that once our physical body no longer supports our spiritual soul, that our spiritual soul continues to exist. And we believe that it exists into eternity. Some people, and a lot of people, believe that it comes back over and over again, and that we remember each time we have a new incarnation. We pick up a little bit where we left off, even though we may not consciously remember it. Our subconscious does, and so there's some argument there for past life regressions, but it's about validation of the continuity of life, and it's also good when you consider it's a tool for healing grief, because if you have that certainty that you're going to see your loved one again, then it helps deflect some of the sadness that you have over your loss. And that's a good thing. Those things are really valuable. And when a third person, another party who you don't know, validates that about you, then it's very powerful, and it can be life altering, life changing. So with that, let's go ahead and talk to Jeanette. Let's see what she has to say. And Jeanette. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
So hi,
Hi.
Jeanette. How are you?
Hello. I'm
okay.
doing well, thank you.
Good. Jeanette, you have children?
You said children? Yes, I do. I have
Yeah.
one.
You have one. Is this child still at home, or they grown?
Yes, he's 8 years old. He's with me.
He's
Just him
8.
and I at home.
Okay, all right. Because it seems to me like you are, Jeanette. I want you to know I really feel like you're a good parent, and I feel like you're always trying to put your son in the best position so that he can thrive. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you so much. That is so true. I appreciate that validation.
Okay, because sometimes I feel like you second guess yourself.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
right?
actually one of the reasons I wanted to. Yeah, that's actually one of the questions I had for you today.
Okay, so what?
Is
Go ahead and ask the
I'm
question.
trying to help. I'm trying to help him build up his self confidence and self esteem, because it seems like no matter what social setting we're in, he tends to get like bullied a little bit. So I'm trying to figure out why he's attracting that. I've been having him do like affirmations in the mirror, meditation, but I'm trying to figure out if there's something that like I'm missing, or what's like blocking it, what's causing his self esteem to be where it is. Just some spiritual guidance.
Whoops, did I lose you? Are you there? Oh no. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just going to address that a little bit while we're trying to get her, and then when she comes back, then we'll speak to her some more about it. But a lot of times in group activities, children, they like to test each other, and we find that even with adults. It's just about marking time and with others. But Jeanette, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I feel like with your son, I feel like one of the ways to build his self confidence is to have him do some projects on his own. Okay. But even if it's just putting together a puzzle or doing some things that he can feel like, wow, I did this on my own. Okay. This is going to help build his self confidence. And I also feel like he probably needs to be around some like minded children. So So find out some of the things that he likes to do, and put him with children that like to do the same things he does. And I'll just use puzzles as an example. So if there was a puzzle club, then he can show the other kids the puzzles he's done, and they can show him his. So their puzzles. Sometimes when we put kids together and just hope that all of them are just going to mesh, it doesn't work. But it just feels like you need to put him around some other kids that are also like-minded. It may not be sports. It may be something else. It may be something that he does that he likes. It could be playing the piano. It could be something else. But it just seems to me that if he's in a like-minded atmosphere and has already done some things on his own to show that, so that he knows he's good at it, then that's gonna give him some confidence. At least that's what's coming to me. So, do you have another question? I hope that's helpful.
That did help, and I actually just put him in karate, and he's thriving. He loves martial arts, so thank you.
Ah, okay. So
And
he knows he's good at karate, and he knows that he can break a board, and he doesn't have that as an impediment to his self confidence. And a lot of times, athletics do help build self confidence. But if you're the last kid always chosen, like I was, playing basketball, it's not
uh-huh.
good for your self esteem. but
Yeah.
but it's just so that if he can do some things on his own to where he knows he can succeed, then he's going to build his confidence that way, because he knows he can do something. And if someone says, "Oh no, you can't," well, then he can assure them that yes, he can. So but you're a good mom, and I admire you for trying to figure it out. It shows that your intentions are for him. It's not all about you. Sometimes parents, it's all about them. But you are showing that you're willing to sacrifice and put a lot of yourself into his well-being. That's wonderful. That's what parents do. So did you have
I
another
appreciate that.
question?
Yeah, I just want to ask about like my love life. If you know what I can do to like to attract a better quality of men.
Okay. What is your birth sign?
Leo.
Leo. Okay. Well, you're a little bit past due for a relationship. So I feel like you may have your own some self-esteem issues, and because I feel like you're a catch as far as I'm concerned. So I feel like in some ways you need to write down your ideal man, the ideal
Mhm.
type of person you want. If you, for instance, if you don't mind smoking, fine. But if you don't want a smoker, then people who smoke, nope, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to date a smoker. You may want to
Right.
also find those activities that you're good at, and find those men that are attracted to the same things that you are, and don't settle. It feels like you've settled. It feels like you've made
Yeah.
excuses for some of the men that you've dated in the past. It feels like you have said, "Oh well, he drinks, but he doesn't drink that much." Well, if he drinks and he can't go to work the next day, then he drinks too much. So
That
I
makes
feel
sense
like
because
you do what?
I usually settle with a nice guy who seemingly treats me well in the beginning, but never really like it still never ended up working out. So
Well, that's right. He's got to treat you well, not just in the beginning, but 24/7. Because
right.
it's that's a full time job, and you got to treat him well too. So it's not an
Right.
option to treat your partner uh, badly. I mean, you need a partner that is going to also want the very best for you at all times. Now, every once in a while, you have a bad day. People got to be able to get over obstacles. So that's what makes a relationship work as well. But you've got to put that person in a high place of of esteem, and they've got to do that for you as well. So you can't be choosing people that you're going to have to rescue or pull up from the abyss. If they don't have a
Right.
job, or they're not willing to participate in those things that make you happy, then they're most likely not the right person for you. You know, a lot of times we get addicted to people. There's just something about them that we just fall in love with, and we can't get away from them. But when we find that we're addicted to someone that has a lot of bad behavior, then we've got to say to ourselves, listen, what's best for me in the long run, and what's best for them, because you're not right for them either if you're constantly having to rescue them. So I feel like, you know, trying to do the best for yourself and putting yourself in a position to where you're both going to be successful. I feel like that's the perception you've got to have, and you're going to have to be patient and wait for the right person, because you know the right person is worth waiting for. So thank you very much. I'm sorry we lost contact, but I'm glad that we got that back. So thank you very much, and good luck. Okay.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Okay. So we don't have a lot of time left on our program today. So I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about next week's program. Next week, we're going to have a special guest. We're going to have psychic medium Jennifer Farmer. And she has a new book out called A Healing Journey. And it's about grief. And it's just like I was telling you about earlier about mediumship. One of the things that's most valuable about mediumship is that it helps with the grieving process. And a wise medium like Jennifer, in my opinion, is going to recognize a person who's in grief, and they're going to be able to see things and from a perspective that the person who is in grief or in that cycle of grief may not be able to see. So Jennifer is going to tell us a little bit about that next week, and she's going to talk to us about an event that she's going to be holding the following week. So we're looking forward to having her here with us. So with that, I hope that you'll tune in to us to listen to our special program with Jennifer Farmer next week. So with that, I want to thank our sponsor once again, Miracles of Joy. So be sure to use their promo code PS0223 when you're shopping online. You'll get that 25% discount. Tell them you heard us talk about them on the radio. We appreciate that. We'd like to keep them as a sponsor. So that's very nice. But thanks again for joining us. We're going to be with our special guest next week, but we're going to continue our discussion about mediumship. And I hope that you'll like us on Facebook. Go to my fan page on Facebook and like that page. If you have suggestions on topics that you'd like to hear me talk about, please let me know, because I'll certainly be happy to entertain those, as long as it's a psychic topic, and we'll go from there. But once again, I'd like to thank you for joining us today here on the Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. So it's a delight to be here every Tuesday, and so I hope to see you next week. And my name is John Capello. Take care, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, you're having an absolutely fantastic week. It's just the start of winter here and on the Gold Coast, and we don't like winter here, so we're all rugged up and sort of saying it's really cold, but it's probably not as cold as it is in other parts of the world. But anyway, that's my little whinge for a Tuesday night show. So this week we're going to focus on the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is one of my favourite cards, which is the 10 of Pentacles. Now, I don't know anybody that doesn't particularly like this card. It's called Money Contentment. And we can all do with a little bit more money. It doesn't matter how much you've got. You always want a bit more, I think. And it's the card of also of potentially signing a monetary agreement. Now, I know at the moment there's lots of people I've been dealing with around the world that seem to be signing new contracts or new agreements, particularly connected with their work. And some of them haven't necessarily been as easy to understand or has been as fortuitous as what they'd like. And they've had to go back to the negotiation table. So if you get this card in a reading and you're about to sign a new contract or you're looking to sign a monetary agreement, even if it's for a loan or something like that, this is a really, really positive card to get because it informs us that things are going to be fine, things are going to be good. And it's sort of, sharing with us that, we're in a good place financially. And I think for a lot of people, it's taken a long time to get back there after COVID. There were so many things thrust upon us so quickly that we all had to make adjustments and change things very, very quickly. And now we're just finally sort of starting to come out the other side and starting to sort of look at getting our finances back under control again. So that's a really, really positive card for anybody that's looking to sign an agreement this next week. So we're going to move into the astrology section of the show. Now, the astrology section is always about where I try and help you understand where the planets are aligned for this week, how they're affecting us and how they're going to affect us moving forward. I don't do the breakdown of the 12 signs, but what I will say to you at a particular time in the report, if it's particularly just geared for a certain section of the astrology family, I will share that with you. If it's not, then it means it goes right across the board for the 12 signs. So we're going to start with the sun in Gemini. So the sun is currently sitting in Gemini. So this is going to affect each and every one of us, not just Geminis. It's a time to get out and explore your own local environment. Get out, have some fun, go for a barbecue, go for a picnic, go to the local museum or the local attraction. It's time to get out and explore what's happening in your own local environment and reacquaint yourself with that. I think sometimes we get too busy that we don't realise all the amazing things that are happening right on our doorstep because we are just too busy dealing with life and sort of moving on from one project to the next project. So this next section is going to be particularly connected to Tauruses, Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. Now, at the moment, we have what's known as the North Node. Now, the North Node is showing us the way forward of where we need to be aspiring to. So the North Node is conjunct or holding hands of Jupiter, the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. So this particularly means for the Earth signs and Scorpio signs, it's a time when you can really strive to reach for the stars. It's a time when new opportunities could cross your path rather suddenly. It's a time to sort of really look at your own personal finances. And if there's new opportunities or new jobs coming your way or new contracts, this is the time to make sure that they're negotiated to the best of your ability that are going to be financially beneficial for you. It's also a time to make sure to be careful not to become too extravagant. Sometimes I think we can have an overdeveloped overinflated ego of what we think we're truly worth. If somebody's made you an offer and it's reasonable, yes, then okay, if you think that you're worth a little bit more, that's fine. But don't go overboard. Don't be ridiculous, because you may just end up losing the opportunity by becoming too overconfident, too cocky, and saying I'm worth more than what I truly am. So just be a little bit wary of that. But it is a good time for negotiations. It's a good time for new opportunities and things to really expand in your world. If you've been looking to start some new projects and you come under one of those signs, now is the perfect time for that. They also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is conjunct or holding hands in Taurus. Now, this is not just going to affect Taurians or Virgos, Capricorns or Scorpios. This is going to affect each and every one of us, all the 12 star signs. At the moment, we need to be very aware that communication needs to be very clear. It needs to be very definite. There's not a time for dilly-dallying or embellishing the truth. It's cold, hard facts. And make sure that you get your facts straight, particularly if you're dealing with financial matters. If you're dealing with contracts or negotiations, make sure that you read the fine print. Make sure that you fully understand what's being explained to you or being sold to you in the contract or presented to you. Make sure that you understand it before you sign it. And also make sure that it's exactly what you want. It's the time to speak up. Don't think, oh, well, I'll sign it now and go back and renegotiate in 2 months' time. That's not how things work. You need to make sure that you fully understand everything that you're signing. This can also be a great time if you've had to put aside a conversation that you've needed to have because it's been a little bit tricky or it hasn't been the right time. Now the opportunity could present itself in a way that you hadn't seen coming. And it's not necessarily conversations are always difficult conversations. These are sometimes conversations that we haven't been ready to have yet, or the timing wasn't right, or we were waiting for a particular event to happen and then we'd bring it up. It's a really positive time for communication right across the board, because people do have their listening ears on. They are open to new ideas and suggestions. And sometimes by presenting it in a completely different way or a slightly different way to what it's been presented before, gives the other person or the people that are listening to the pitch a different perspective on it, because all of a sudden you've said something that they go, aha, that's what they meant by that, where they didn't actually see it or understand it that way before. So sometimes going back and having an opportunity to present something for the second or third time, we can do it with much more clarity, or what seems to be much more clarity, the people that are listening to the pitch or the idea or the conversation. So conversations are really clear at the moment. People do have their listening ears on. It's the time to sort of negotiate things or to have those conversations that you've been putting off for a while. It's a time for, if you've got children, that you've got to sit down and have a serious conversation with them about their education or their behaviour. Now's the perfect time for that too. I don't say that they'll always listen to you, but at least they'll be a little bit more receptive than what they would normally. We also have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, the ruling planet of Pisces, is in its final couple of degrees of being in Pisces. So this means that the creative energies are starting to ramp back up again. And that's a good thing for anybody that's in a creative industry and they might have felt a little bit stuck recently. They're going to find now that creativity is going to start to flow again, and they're going to start to feel as if they've got their mojo back again. And that's nice to know. And also, too, in the creative industries, we're seeing more around the world now of concerts opening up again, events, party planning, all those sort of things. Things are starting to get back to normal now that the pandemic is officially over. And we're starting to see people out and about more and enjoying the weather, and particularly in the Northern Hemisphere as you're going into your warmer months, getting out barbecuing and having, gatherings in the park and outdoor events. It's a marvellous time of the year. So it's good to see that creative things are starting to sort of ramp up again, and it's a positive thing. The other thing that you need to be aware of here with the last few degrees of Neptune in Pisces is we need to make sure that we're not deceiving ourselves with outcomes that we might be projecting or hoping for in certain situations. It's the time that you make sure that you take the rose-coloured glasses off. If you've got a tricky or a difficult situation that you're working through, make sure that you look at what's the worst possible outcome and then work back. If you do it that way, then you're not going to be surprised or upset or taken by surprise if something doesn't quite work out the way that you anticipated it. If you've anticipated the worst and everything is so much better than that, then you're going to be pleasantly surprised at how well the outcome has been, or how well prepared you were for the potential different choices or the ways that this could pan out, that you've got all the bases covered. And I think that's really important. We also have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction, but I call it the planet of stickability, is also just entered Pisces. So this is giving Pisceans the opportunity particularly to really sort of focus and harness their dreams at the moment. It's a time where that they can really sort of look at what it is they're hoping to achieve in the next 12 months. How are they going to go about it? Will they be able to sort of manifest their dreams in the way that they thought? Now, when we're talking about the Pisces energy here, we're also talking about Cancer, and we're also talking about Scorpio. And the opposite sign to Pisces is Virgo. So all of those 4 signs are the most affected by this. But I also look at Saturn as it goes through a sign also overflows to the rest of the 11 zodiac signs as well. It'll be a little bit less intense for the remaining signs, but it still is also a way that we can start to focus and make sure that we're right on cue for the dreams and the aspirations that we're trying to bring in, that maybe we need to look at it in a more creative way. If we've been having trouble trying to get a situation across the line, or to get a project off the ground, or we've been struggling with something, maybe we need to find a more creative approach. Go away, think about it, and come back with a fresh set of eyes. And then you might just see the solutions that have been right under your nose all of the way through. And sometimes it's just that we get so fixated on this is the only way we can resolve the situation, or the only way we can move forward, we forget to come back and have a fresh look at it to see from maybe a different perspective if there's a different solution that may be there. We have Pluto, the planet of transformation, is still just dipping his toe in Aquarius at the moment. Now, this is really interesting because, as I've mentioned on previous shows, there really isn't a lot written about how Pluto is going to work as he moves through Aquarius, and he'll be there for 20 plus years. So we're starting to see the early taste of what Pluto could be about. Now, Pluto is the planet of transformation. Pluto also rules the underworld, anything that's hidden, anything that's not necessarily above board. Sometimes, underworld stuff might seem as if they have a world of their own, and they have a hierarchy and, consequences for things that if you do things wrong, just the same as the rest of us do in the normal part of the world. But with Pluto here, it's more hidden. It sort of sometimes can be a little bit darker. It can be sometimes a negative energy. I don't always look at Pluto as being a negative energy. I look at Pluto as being the ability to transform something, to take something that's ugly, dirty, hidden, horrible, and bring it out into the sunshine and give it a fresh coat of paint, to give it something that really feels much brighter than what it would otherwise. So with Pluto moving through Aquarius, I know just moments before I came on the show that there was talk about, that there'd been some drone attacks in Russia. I just wondered whether or not that might be a Pluto and Aquarius sort of effect, that, that things are going to happen by surprise, things that they think that they've got sort of sorted because the leader of Russia seems to think that he's won the war over Ukraine, and nothing could be further from the truth. Just because the rest of the world hasn't stepped in and created World War III doesn't mean that they aren't supporting Ukraine and its freedoms and things like that. So I feel that, this could be a taste of what is to come, to sort of, a bully getting a taste of his own medicine. Wouldn't it be wonderful if something as simple as this, as, a few drones flying into Moscow could symbolize the end of the war and people could get back to rebuilding their lives? I know that might be a little bit of a stretch, but it's just something that sort of came into my mind as I was doing the astrology report for the show and I was listening to the world news, that sort of to me had a real Plutonian feel. And the Aquarian energy is, think outside the square, do something different, take your enemy by surprise. You've got to find new and innovative solutions, different ways of dealing with a problem. Well, drones in warfare is a relatively new piece of armory that we didn't have probably even 10 years ago. So it is thinking outside the square. It is looking at things in a different way, maybe. Let's hope, fingers crossed, that we see an end to that turmoil and those poor people can get back to rebuilding their lives and regathering their families and, just really being able to sort of have some peace in their lives again. Finally, we're going to talk about Venus in Cancer. So for anybody that's looking for love at the moment, it doesn't matter what your star sign is, can I suggest that you go searching for love in places that make you feel secure, places that make give you that warm, snuggly, cuddly feel like you're at home, places that you enjoy going to, not necessarily places that make your skin crawl or make you feel uncomfortable or you feel frightened to be there. So, places that make you feel secure might be joining a group of people that are like-minded souls where it's like walking into a comfortable environment. It could be going to the movies, going to a restaurant, going to something that brings you pleasure. So it's not necessarily a time to go and strike and do something that's completely way out of whack that's going to make you feel uncomfortable. You need to feel emotionally secure, and then you'll present your best face, and so will the other person, and hopefully then Cupid's arrows will fly. So we're going to talk with Beth in Hinstown in Louisiana. Are you there, Beth?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Beth?
Yeah, I do. I was just wondering about my relationship status. Where is it going? Right now we're separated. Are we going to be able to work this out? I'm hoping so. And I'm starting a new job in a few days without any transportation. I'm wondering, am I going to succeed in this? Am I going to find a way for transportation, or what's going to go on?
Okay, let's look at the job situation first. Look, I feel quite comfortable with the job situation. I think it's going to end up fitting like a glove. It's sort of, I know that there's been so much turmoil and change in your life recently, Beth, and it's sort of no wonder you're questioning, even decision making, like taking another job. Is this the right fit for me? Is it the right thing moving forward? Am I going to be happy there? All those sort of things, that's very, very understandable. But I actually do feel the job is a good fit, and I feel that you're going to enjoy going to work. You're going to make some nice friends there. And I feel the job itself over time will have room for advancement and, promotion as time goes by. Now, looking at the marriage situation, it's really sort of strange, Beth, because every time I try and tune into your husband, even though you didn't give me his name, it's okay.
It's a woman. It's a woman. It's a woman.
Oh, it's a woman. Okay. Yep. I always call them all the husband. Whether it's male or female, it's just it's that energy that is presented to me.
Uh-huh.
So would it be fair to say then she is the stronger one in the relationship, the one that sort of wants to be the boss?
I would I think so. Yes, I would have to think so.
Yeah, because that was the energy that I was being presented with, was sort of like a real forceful sort of, and I associated it with a male energy. I don't know that they've been particularly honest with you. That's what I'm going to say. It's sort of like I feel as if you've only been given about 40% of the actual information that you should have been given, at the reasons why that they were so unhappy, or the reasons why they felt that, the two of you should have this temporary separation. In the course of the marriage, were they always open with you? Was communication easy, to flow with, tricky situations, or has it always been tricky?
I think it's always been tricky because of her family.
Right. Okay. What I'm picking up is I'm going to say to you, I know she still loves you. I know she still believes in, the relationship, the institution of marriage, all that sort of stuff. That makes sense to me when you said about her family, because there's people going natter in her ears, sort of trying to tell her that this is wrong, or this is not what she really wants, or this is not how it should be. And that makes sense. But the thing is, she's got to stand up and say, well, hang on a minute, this is my life, this is my choice, this is what I want, and this is what makes me happy. Instead of trying to fit into a mold of what everybody else wants. And yet normally I would describe her as being very strong, and being, standing up for her rights. But in this instance, she doesn't seem to be comfortable in doing that. I'm going to also say I think she's questioning whether or not this is the right path for her. It's difficult for me to try and understand the emotions when I'm heterosexual. So please bear with me. If I get it wrong, it's not intentional. But what I'm getting is she's questioning her sexuality at the same time. Is that something that had been discussed during the marriage?
No, she's never questioned her sexuality that I'm aware of. She's always been a lesbian.
Okay, but this could be because the family is putting so much pressure on her that's, she's looking at it and thinking, well, maybe I've missed something.
yeah. From what I can gather from me, just at a like standoff, just just gathering information and paying attention over the past 2 years. It seems like that's what's been going on. Like they want
Yeah.
control over her, and I don't think that they act like they're comfortable with her sexuality, but I don't believe that they truly are.
No, I don't think they are, because they keep bringing up things like, well, where did we go wrong? Or did we not give you enough XYZs to play with? Or did we not put you into the right sport? Or do you know what I mean? Stupid little digs that to me just show ignorance. And it's those sort of things, I think, that she sort of stopped and looked at and thought, well, hang on a minute, that's BS. Just because I played basketball instead of tennis didn't make me this way. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like she's sort of justifying it in her own mind. I do feel that the two of you will get back together again, and I don't think it's very far away. So I hope that's helped you, Beth. It's always a tricky situation when you've got other people sort of interfering in a relationship, to be able to sort of, clearly see what is your way forward. So it's interesting that, it doesn't matter what type of relationship you're in, that everybody else is an expert on your relationship, even though they're not in it. So that sometimes can be a tricky situation that we all need to sort of try and maneuver. And at the moment, with conversations coming up that are tricky like that, I go back to sort of, Mercury being in Taurus. It is the time when we're going to get some breakthroughs with those sort of conversations. So we've got Tina and Herbert in North Carolina. Are you there, Tina?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Tina?
I guess just, do you see or feel anything or around me? I lost a significant other about a year and a half ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tina. That's always a difficult time when you lose somebody that you love so much. It's not something that I can say that there's a magical timeline that all of a sudden you're cured or you're over it, or I don't think you ever get over losing somebody. They always have a special place in your heart. But the first thing that I was picking up around you, Tina, is endings, change and transformation. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean when I say endings that there's going to be more deaths or things like that in your family. I think it's going to be more sort of endings that you're bringing about, things that you're ready to make changes with. It's like you're ready to sort of open the door now to some brand new things in your life, and that's a good thing. It's like I'm opening the door, I can see the sunlight coming in, but it's time for me to sort of pull it that little bit wider open, not just a little crack, so that we can see where things are going. Have you been contemplating either making changes to where you're living or a move of residence, Tina?
Oh, major. Yes, I just moved halfway across the country.
Good. Well, I felt that's a good thing, because to me it was sort of like, yes, this was opening up that's that doorway thing I come back to, where we've only got the door a little bit open and we can see the sunlight coming in. I want you to yank that door right open and let the world come in, because I feel that there's new opportunities coming for you, and that's a good thing. So with this move, has this taken you closer to some people that, like family members that you weren't close to, or, weren't able to see as often before? Because to me, I feel like a real sense of belonging.
That's amazing. Yes, I have reconnected very well with several lost family members. That's amazing you say that.
Yeah, because it was just sort of like I could feel everybody sort of like gathering you and wanting to give you a hug and say welcome home. That's why I questioned whether or not you got grown closer to family. Tina, you may not be ready for what I'm about to say, but I'm going to share it with you anyway. I actually see new love.
New what?
New love coming your way.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Huh.
And as I said, you may not feel that you're ready for this yet, but I do feel before the end of this year, you're going to meet somebody that is really going to turn your head, and it's somebody that I think over time you're going to grow to really respect and love and, be happy to move forward into a relationship with. And that's always difficult after you've lost someone, Tina, to sort of to say when is the right time, that people don't look at you and say, well, it's way too soon. I don't believe there's any magical timeline for that, Tina. When love springs in front of you again, you've got that opportunity. Grab it with both hands. If it's right, it's right. You know, there shouldn't be any sort of so-called timeline for how long is acceptable. You'll never stop loving your late husband. You know, that person will always be with you in some form or another, but I'm sure he would want you to move on. I'm sure he would want you to be happy, and I'm sure he's the one that's been pushing you to make all these changes in your life. He just wants to see you smile again, and I think it's really good. But you know, there's many new opportunities coming. Tina, have you started a new job since you moved there?
No, I'm retired. No, I live 8 miles from the ocean, so we we go to the ocean a lot, and
Yeah, but there's
that's where
something here with money. There's something here with money, or an opportunity to bring in some extra money. That's why I labeled it as a
I
job.
wrote a book about my love story with my significant other. Yeah, we were together over 20 years, and I wrote a book about it.
Oh, good. Well, that's maybe where the money's coming from. But I just sort of felt money wasn't going to be an issue. The whole of your life is just blossoming. No wonder they kept showing me the sunlight and showing me, you know, throw the door wide open. If you're only that close to the beach, of course, you're going to be spending plenty of time in the sunshine and the fresh air, and that's wonderful. But, you know, your whole life, I think, Tina, is just about to blossom again. And it's nice to see somebody coming into your life that, you know, you're willing to share your life with again. I mean, you know, there's no rule that says you have to get married, you know, but you can certainly share your life with somebody in a fashion that suits you. And, you know, I have lots of clients that they both still live in their separate abodes, but, you know, they're as close as, or even closer than some married couples. You know, it's what works for you two as a couple. But I can see, you know, lots of laughter, lots of fun. But I still come back to, I don't know that it's the book. I keep seeing something else that you're going to do that's sort of like a hobby or something that gives you pleasure, and you're going to turn it into a little business, something that's going to bring in an income. Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
I'm a
Well,
veteran from the
there's money to be
military
made
myself,
out of
and I make quilts for veterans, and I give it to them. It helps with my PTSD, and I give it to them. I don't charge them; I give them to them.
Yeah, but
So,
somebody's
I don't
going to
know.
offer to pay you to do something, and you've got to say yes, because otherwise they're going to be insulted. Anyway,
I will
Tina, that's where we're
definitely.
going to have to leave it, sweetie. You
Thank
have a great life. It's really nice to talk with Tina and everybody that we get to talk with on the show. So this week I want to leave you with a song that is very, very special to me. This week we lost Tina Turner. She was one of the most amazing icons. And if you've ever had a chance to watch the Tina Turner documentary that she brought out in the 90s about what love's got to do with it, it's a very worthwhile watch. I watched it a number of times on video, and I'm going to watch it again very shortly. So I want to leave you with my favourite Tina Turner song, which is Simply the Best. Here in Australia, Tina was part of a big advertising campaign for our National Rugby League, which is our national game. Like you guys play gridiron, we play rugby league over here in the late 80s and the early 90s. And what Tina did for the sport here was she got everybody back out to watch the game. Women started to watch it, took the families, the kids, and it used to be the most amazing electric atmosphere. I used to take my children to them, and to go to a game and they'd put that Tina Turner song on and everybody would stand up in the grandstand and they'd all be singing. It became our unofficial national anthem for the rugby league here in Australia. And everybody here, I can assure you, has been playing Tina songs for the last week. So I'm going to leave you with my favourite, Simply the Best. Until next week, bye for now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and it is great to be here with you tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Before we get to our caller, I want to do a shout out to all our moms, right? We have Mother's Day coming up. So whether you're a mom, whether you have a mom here on the earth plane or in the spirit world, it's a shout out to all moms. I'm also running a special right now. I just put up today. So if you're a mom and you would like a psychic reading, or if you would like to connect with Mom in Spirit, if you go to my website, mediumkellykristen.com, and book a reading, put in MOM23, and boom, you get your discount. So that's the discount code again is MOM.